and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, Eagles fans. Merrill Reese here. Join me in celebrating another Philadelphia Eagles championship season at the Mann Center on July 24th. Sponsored by Jefferson Health. We'll relive the unforgettable highlights of the Birds championship run while the Philadelphia Orchestra plays the iconic music of NFL Films Live. It'll be a night no Eagles fan will want to miss. Parking is free. A portion of the proceeds supports the Eagles Autism Foundation and the Mann Center's free arts education initiatives. Tickets on sale at mancenter.org.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
A lot breaking right now. Hi, at Dawn Stensland. Follow me on X. Coming up in half an hour, Ellie Hopper, nationally recognized expert in human trafficking. And she's the president of a very important nonprofit that she co-founded to combat exploitation through her research, education, through advocacy. It's a group called GUARD, GUARD, Guard Against Trafficking. That's her nonprofit. She testified on Capitol Hill. She will be here to update us on what can only be described as something very disturbing that happened in this nation. When we think of, the voices of freedom, what really is the sound of freedom or lack thereof in the last administration, hundreds of thousands of young people, children being trafficked in this country when they came in here. And for those who were given, among other things, a hotline number, 65,000 calls to that number, calls for help. And those calls went unanswered by the previous administration. You want to say it's a sin, it's a crime. It's a crime that this is underreported. This should be a lead story across America. And it's bias by omission. As people across the country, right here in our area, they come out and they protest against ICE officers. Where are they protesting for answers with children and young people being trafficked? This is human trafficking, sex trafficking, human slavery. It's sickening. And the fact that young children were calling a hotline as they were being dragged across the border, being trafficked, called the hotline, a call for help, and that went unanswered. It's sickening. So guess what? Ellie Hopper answers the call. This Trump administration answered the call, is trying to find more of these kids, and some of them have been found thanks to Donald J. Trump, our great president, and this great administration. So you'll hear from her. Want to get to that. What's happening right now in a courtroom here in Philadelphia, it's a federal case, and that's significant that it had to be federal. But this is the confessed cop killer who took from us a bright light in this world. This was Corporal James O'Connor IV, husband, father, good cop, one of the good guys. And he was gunned down by a cold-blooded killer, a gangbanger, a scumbag who should have been off the streets. But we have DA Krasner to thank for the fact, even though Krasner denies this, Krasner and his crew kept this cop killer on the streets to gun down Corporal James O'Connor IV, whose widow grieves. Many of you know Terry O'Connor. So she and many, many others in a courtroom today as we now hear 26-year-old Hassan Elliott's fate. This guy, he already pleaded guilty earlier this year to murder, racketeering charges in this federal court, admits to a series of murders. Yeah. So this was just another murder, but this one was Corporal James O'Connor, Jimmy O'Connor. So this guy, he was a gangbanger, Frankfurt-based drug gang known as SG 1700. And so these officers, including Corporal O'Connor, they were there to serve a warrant to take this, by all accounts, career criminal and killer off of our streets. And that's when this guy opened fire. And he took the life of a bright light in this world. You know, and I hope all the sites, all the media, isn't People Magazine, all the media, they're out there reporting on the Florida case the traffic stop that we reported on earlier in Kale and Company. I hope all the same sites and all the news organizations that are putting out the word of some defiant 22-year-old punk who rolls up his window that's a darkened window, refuses a Florida cop, and all that has gone viral. And all the social media sites claiming police violence. I hope they cover what happens today in this court as far as a man murdered, police veteran, a hero murdered, gunned down in the streets of Philadelphia, you know?
I do
Put that right, Dan?
I do have audio from Terry where she talks about how her and Sergeant met. I don't know if that's something you want to do here in the lead, but maybe at some point during the show we could play that back. Or if you want it now, I do have it ready for you, Dawn.
Yeah, let's hear.
You want to hear a little bit of Terry O'Connor?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jimmy was, me and Jimmy were together for 27 years.
High school sweethearts.
We started our family very young. People thought we were crazy. And, it's just something that worked out for us. And, thank God we did what we did when we did. And, we spent pretty much from, I think I met him the end of my junior year. And we went, from there. We married 2 years later and had our son and daughter. And, we had no idea what we were doing in life, but we figured it out. And, throughout the years, we always knew he wanted to be a police officer and follow in his father's footsteps. And, he became a cop. It was, his favorite thing to do. It's all he wanted. And he went on from being a cop in the district to making corporal and being moved around a few times. And then, his dream job was SWAT. And he was in a SWAT unit as a corporal for about 15 years. But, great dad, great husband. We were 1 month shy of our 25th wedding anniversary when everything happened. God. And, we just, we feel like, everybody puts in a lot of time and effort in his relationships with raising children and struggles and battles to, get through all those years with the kids and figuring everything out. And, we were there and, it was all stolen away from me, just like that.
Just like that. It was March 13th, 2020. And he was shot. This happened 6:09 a.m., just taking you back. So at the time, we were on the air. We were live on the air. And at the time, that's when Zioli was in the space of the morning news. So if you think about my morning news, at that time, I came on at 5:30, did a newscast, but we all came on together at 6. And we were getting texted and we were getting word as we came on the air that an officer had been shot as he and others were serving this homicide warrant in the Frankfurt section of Philadelphia. And Corporal O'Connor was shot while trying to enter a second-floor room of a residence there, 1600 block of Bridge Street. I'm just taking you back for a moment as this scumbag shoots through the wall and shoots at him to kill him. And he was later pronounced dead at Temple University Hospital. Just really makes you sick. But I do remember that morning, and we were thinking about it, March 13th, 2020. And I know Dom Giordano, you heard Dom interviewing O'Connor's widow, Terry, and Zioli. It touched us that morning because it was devastating because we were getting the word, and it was a breaking news story. And so now today is the day this piece of scum gets, sentenced 55 to 75 years. And many had said the guy should have gotten the death penalty. But at the time, I'm just going to take you back one more thing before we move on. And that is that there were many who blamed Larry Krasner, the DA, for not getting this guy off the streets sooner with lax policies. And then U.S. Attorney William McSwain, that's how we ended up in federal court here. McSwain pushing for this in a federal case because at least in the federal system, if you're sentenced to 55 years, you serve 55. There's no gain time or this or that. So that's where this went with McSwain at the time. Again, Krasner denies that and says, no, it's not his fault. But many in the community have said his lax policies lead to a dangerous situation for all of us, whether it's in this case an officer trying to do his job, serve a warrant, or for the public at large. So we have that going on. So please, if you would, just say personally a prayer for Terry. This morning, you just heard her voice with talking to Dom at that time. But, just saying a prayer for her, for his son and daughter who now, the daughter we told you earlier serves in the Navy. Son serves as a Philadelphia police officer. Great family. And we had talked about it on Sunday. And that was in the afternoon after the, Nick Hale and Greg Stocker and many of you were riding in the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation Bike-a-thon, which is a nonprofit. Every dime, every penny, every dollar goes to help families like this one as they recover from this and financially and that sort of thing. And that's really why so many of you ride. That's why Nick and Greg and Mark O'Connor started this incredible nonprofit. So just to weave that in, we were talking about it Sunday afternoon, and Maureen Faulkner was there talking about it and just saying, oh, this is a rough week for Terry. I just want to bring that home for you. If we can, Dan, is there anything just to close that off? Can we move on, or do you?
Yeah,
I mean,
I implore our listeners, go to the Odyssey or iHeartRadio podcasts and take a listen back, because she really does delve into her son being a police officer, daughter being in the Navy, and she tells a heart-wrenching story about the final moments she got to spend with James. I do have that queued up if you want that, Dawn, or our listeners can go check that out on the podcast feed.
So let's listen to that, think about them in prayer.
My birthday was March 12th, and I saw him. My school that I worked at closed the next day for COVID because we didn't know what was going to happen. We'd said, let's take a Friday and see what happens. And, so I said to Jimmy, hey, I'm closed tomorrow. We went out. He said, well, let's go get Coronas for dinner. So we had, a drink at dinner. He came home, went to bed, and and something happened. He needed a computer at work that night, and I offered to bring it. And I really didn't think he would ask me to bring it because he worked on the side. He did so many other jobs on the side to keep himself busy. It's just who he was and support us and the family. And he was doing a real estate transaction, and he needed his laptop. And it was raining, but he said, no, don't worry about it. And then he said, actually, can you bring it? And I did. And I drove over to SWAT, which wasn't far from my house. And I never did that. I could never, especially on a Thursday night at 11 o'clock. And I did. I just pulled into the lot, and he was waiting for me, and talked to him for a second, and he, just kissed me, said, happy birthday, I love you, and I'll see you in the morning. And then about 7 hours later, I got that phone call, and everything changed. And, and then with COVID on top of it, people have definitely dealt with the situation prior and unfortunately after me. But what I had to go through with COVID was definitely a little more tricky, trying to wait out a funeral because we didn't know what was going to happen. And, we waited we waited 2 months, and it just got progressively worse. And so we decided to have the funeral, and I was, told I was allowed to have 10 people in the church. My viewing was spread out from Monday to Friday that week.
So you can listen to the rest of that. Thank you for that, Dan, to think about the family, and think about, if you haven't already, donating to Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, because she's one of the families behind the badge who receives and can receive help and families like this, just to help them get through and with funeral costs and all of that. So just to bring that home and thank you for your love, for your support. Is, what a rough day in court for this family and the greater, law enforcement family as well, as you think about what we were talking about fairly recently with Officer Mark Dial, facing a court and getting that exoneration and so on. You think about just families under fire, literally and figuratively. So we're thinking about you, Terry, and for your kids too, now serving in the military and serving us to keep us safe in Philadelphia. I will move on. We'll take a quick break, but I want to get into a couple of unreported stories. And one of them is this real bombshell. President Trump talked about it yesterday while we were live, and we took a little teeny bit of it. And it's not getting the coverage it deserves, I feel. And what I mean by that is this was a report that was actually, technically it was released on the 17th, but it wasn't really made public. We didn't know about it till the 18th. For most of us, it was a very hectic weekend, and it's a summer weekend. But this was Tulsi Gabbard as the director of, national intelligence, and think about that community. And think about the fact, and we're going to take you all the way back to President Trump, his first administration. And I remember, and I've told you this, friends of mine who worked for President Trump or were very involved in his first administration. And they would say to me, Dawn, he's a rookie at this. He's never been a politician. If he was a newbie, if you will. And I think that in so many ways, what happened was that he trusted. I mean, you never think in any job. I just want you to imagine this. You take a new job, whatever that is, whether it's a political job, you're elected, or whether it's just in the private sector. Just imagine you find out, you get tangible evidence that was covered up for years. And you find out that person was not just spreading really vile rumors about you, but basically planting booby traps and IEDs, if you will, to just explode or take down any success that you might have and try to chip away or destroy any credibility that you would have. I mean, that's crazy stuff. I know it happened. Believe me, my career, as a television news anchor and reporter, I can tell you, yeah, it happens. People do that kind of thing. But man, to think about it happening to a duly elected president of the United States of America, and then who's being accused of this at the highest level, that it's treasonous. It's a damning report, well over 100 pages. I've been going through it, and it's heavily redacted. It's cumbersome. So right around the corner, I want to take a look at this because I want to give you some factoids, if you will, tangible nuggets of evidence that they're uncovering, what's being revealed here, and what are people in that community, if you will, saying about it. This is significant. This is not just a political bogus blowing smoke. This is significant, and we need to keep this front and center. We'll also celebrate and talk about, once again, being buried, the financial, the economic news that's happening. Wow, this is big stuff. Where's it being reported? Unbelievable. Hey, Dawn Stensland here, Dan Borowski, Jimmy Kelly. We're in the house. We're here for you. We want to give you all the information and take you beyond the headlines. 855-839-1210. Stay right there. You don't want to miss a moment.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Do you know about the true crimes that inspired a Bruce Springsteen album? Or the murders AC/DC was blamed for? How about Taylor Swift's Violent Stalkers? Or the suspicious deaths of Brittany Murphy and River Phoenix? These stories and more are told in the Disgraceland podcast, hosted by me, Jake Brennan, every Tuesday, where I dive deep into subjects from the dark side of music history and entertainment. So follow and listen to Disgraceland on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road-ready and file fast.
Whoa! I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
So here's the deal with what's going on. And we're all wading through this biggity big report, as I say, biggity big, that I think is quite significant and has legs. But I want you to hear, and this has to do with the allegation that former President Obama is saying is a distraction, is denying this, but is being accused by federal officials right now, under the Trump administration, yes, and by President Trump himself, of treasonous activities. But here's former federal prosecutor who Dan Borowski is trying to to get, to book tomorrow to speak to live more in detail. But here's Brett Tolman, and he's talking about what he thinks happened. Listen in here.
I think about the fact that in our lifetime, John, there's only been one president who didn't leave Washington, D.C. after they were done serving their 8 years, and that was President Obama. He stayed there, and then his people were ready, and they put Joe Biden in knowing that they could accomplish what they wanted, which was to keep quiet some of the things that they had done while in power. When Joe Biden came in, it was easy to see that they put in Obama's people into key positions in order to continue the ability to cover what Obama had done. I think that's now. We are much more aware. I think President Trump came in, a bit naive the first term, just wanting to make America better than it had been. I think he came in very differently this time around. And this referral is serious, and the Department of Justice is going to have to pick now who among them is going to lead the investigation and the prosecution of those that were involved in this conspiracy.
So this is significant. This is not going away. And by the way, Brett Tolman joining us coming up at 11:15. That's the breaking news by Dan Borowski. Thank you. Great job to Dan for booking him. And so we'll get into it with President Trump making the claim yesterday that based on this huge report that has been released, saying that even former President Barack Obama was complicit, was a ringleader of so-called Russiagate and should be investigated. So the push for transparency begins. Speaking of transparency, right around the corner, you're going to hear from a very special lady who is pushing to protect people, especially children, from being human trafficked, child trafficking, really battling against all of this sick stuff that's happening in our country. She testified on Capitol Hill what she can update us on as far as this movement to discover missing children, missing individuals being trafficked as we speak. It's unbelievable. Wait till you hear her story. So Allie Hopper, I'm honored to have her join me right around the corner. Stay right there.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
First, there was Tuesday. Then, there was Taco Tuesday. Now at Wendy's, there's Takis Tuesday. Get a new Takis Fuego meal, a.k.a. Takis Fuego chicken sandwich, Fuego fries inspired by Takis, a bag of Takis Fuego chips, a small drink, and also a small Frosty Classic. Yes, you can get that any day, but on Takis Tuesday, the Frosty is free. Make every Tuesday a Takis Tuesday. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177. Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So you're telling this committee that the Biden administration, while they were letting all of these unaccompanied minors into the country, and as we've talked about today, they weren't keeping track of them, they issued these kids a hotline that they could call if they had trouble with the sponsor family that they were put with. And you're saying that 65,000 calls to this hotline designated to protect these kids went unanswered? Is that what you're telling this committee?
Yes, sir. One case where a child's call was reporting that grown men were coming into his room at night and they were touching him. Nothing happened with that call. That call went unanswered until this administration took office, went through those 65,000 calls, made follow-ups, conducted a welfare check, and now that child has been rescued and that sponsor has been arrested.
And you are listening to the voice of a woman who has unwavering determination to bring justice to the voiceless. You were just listening to the testimony before a congressional committee. Allie Hopper was testifying. She's a nationally recognized expert in human trafficking and the president of a very important nonprofit that she co-founded to help battle this kind of exploitation. And she does this through innovative research, education, advocacy. And she is the president of Guard Against Trafficking. My honor to welcome in Allie Hopper. Thank you so much for being here today, Allie, and thank you so much for your important work.
Thank you so much, Don, for having me and for prioritizing this issue. It's extremely important, not just because of the work we do with the nonprofit, but because the public needs to know what is going on.
And that's just it. When the Sound of Freedom, when that movie a couple years ago came out, and many of us here had talked about it, and there were even people who went to the movie multiple times donating to Sound of Freedom and praying. Even people would gather in prayer before that to pray for the young people, children being human trafficked in this country. And when I saw this report, when I saw your testimony, Allie Hopper, I just couldn't help but think this is a real life Sound of Freedom that's happening right now in real time. And so can you react to that, and as well tell us what is going on?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. So Sound of Freedom did what it needed to do. It woke people up to the horrifying realities of human trafficking. Now, the only thing it didn't do was make the connection that there are cases of that happening every day in the United States. So when I would approach people about the Sound of Freedom and those that have watched it and were horrified by what they saw, I said, you know, that's happening right here in our country. That's happening in our communities. And it was exacerbated by the open borders, but it existed before the borders were open. Human trafficking has been a problem for a very long time. It's modern day slavery. Most people think about sex trafficking as the most common form, but they don't look at the labor trafficking aspect. They don't look at the fact that men and boys are also enlisted for sex trafficking and labor trafficking. And so it really is an issue that needs to be addressed. People need to be aware. There are American children that are kidnapped, that are groomed, that are recruited for sex trafficking. It's not just, illegal immigrants crossing the border that are at risk for it. It is American children as well. And so parents need to be aware, communities need to be aware, law enforcement needs to be aware, and we need to come together as a nation and understand what we're up against and how we can push back and combat this horrific reality.
And so with this, as far as, because we have heard for quite some time the numbers that there are potentially that there were hundreds of thousands of, in particular, young people, children brought into this country illegally to be trafficked. And then to your testimony that 65 of them, apparently 65,000, called this hotline. So how many have been found? Is there a follow-up? How are they doing? Where are they? And then what about the others? What about apparently more, about 250,000 others that are they still missing?
Yeah, those are all great questions. So to take a step back in July of last year, my business partner, Dr. Jared Sadowski, testified in front of a Senate roundtable. And it was Senator Grassley that had called the hearing together. And he sat next to DCF Director Siobhan Harris. And what they were testifying to was, again, the open borders, the children, the unaccompanied children that were coming through. But what was relayed early on was that DCF Director of Florida was requesting the information of where these children were sent so that Florida could do welfare checks, because they were concerned about the well-being of the children that were sent to their state. They were stonewalled from receiving that information. It was not released to them. No meaningful welfare checks could be done by the state in which these children were sent. So that was relayed last year in July. Then in November, I testify in front of Congress, and we're talking about the Unaccompanied Children program again. My business partner and I have been to the border. We've seen unaccompanied children. We've seen the children with scraps of paper in their hands with the name and number of their sponsor. We have spoken to incarcerated cartel members that knew that the sponsor vetting was near non-existent and no meaningful background checks were done. And so they knew that they could hand these children the name and number of their sponsor and direct the flow of children where the cartel members and where the bad actors wanted them to go and where they could work to pay off their debt that they owed. And so they used taxpayer dollars to do it. They knew that these children would be sent without meaningful background checks on their sponsors, and they knew that they could direct where those children would go and there would be no meaningful follow-up. What was done on paper, what was done for policy, was establishing a hotline for children, one of the many safeguards that on paper sounded good. But when these policies don't actually result in working the way that they were intended to, like this hotline, you end up with 65,000 unanswered calls and one person manning the hotline. And that wasn't even acknowledged or realized until the Trump administration took office, and they did a massive review of the Office of Refugee Resettlement, specifically the Unaccompanied Alien Children Program, and they found that 65,000 calls were unanswered. That wouldn't have come to light if they hadn't done that due diligence. And not only that, they went through each and every call. It took a long time to go through all those calls, and those calls were made over the span of 4 years, which is disheartening. But they went through each and every call, and like the story that I highlighted in my congressional testimony, there was a child that had said they were being touched by men coming into his room at night. And so the Trump administration had acted on that call and was able to rescue the child and arrest the sponsor.
Oh, my God. And so what you're describing, Allie, is they're listening to basically voicemails?
Mm-hmm.
And so what about these children? So the welfare checks, have they done those welfare checks? Have they, rescued some of these kids? Where are we right now? I mean, now the kids, so let's say you have an 8-year-old, then they're now 12 years old, and whatever's been going on has been going on sometimes for a few years.
Yeah. So Congressman Higgins during the hearing said that 35,000 children have been rescued and found, and they are questioning the children to find out what happened, find out what circumstances they were exposed to. So his team is doing the due diligence necessary, and, I fully support his efforts. We fully support his efforts in that. And there are other congressmen and women and federal representatives and lawmakers that are supporting those efforts. But really, it's going to be a challenge. It's not. It's tough to find over 300,000 kids that went unaccounted for. It's absolutely unacceptable. And the federal partners and agencies like HSI are tasked with looking for and finding these children that are unaccounted for. But it was a problem that was created, and it was completely unnecessary. Another thing that I mentioned in the hearing was that when it's harder to adopt a dog from a shelter because you have to provide income verification, ID verification, sometimes there's a home study. None of that was required to sponsor a child. So it was harder to adopt a dog from a shelter than it was to sponsor a child.
Oh, my God. And so, there are those experts, and you're among them, talking about this. Obviously, there are multiple things. You referred to Eli Crane. So in other words, there are some who are pushing for new and stricter laws. But how do you, first of all, crack open this pipeline? They're saying that it's basically a pipeline. Then we're, reading about this at homeland.gov. They have homeland.house.gov, all the raw data there saying that basically there were taxpayer-funded NGOs, and at the end of the day, we're basically facilitating human trafficking. How in the world could this happen?
So when HHS, Health and Human Services, outsourced the responsibility to NGOs, that became a very complicated process to oversee and actually so not only get oversight over, but accountability. Because on paper, one person would be responsible, but they would outsource that responsibility, and it becomes really hard to track who remains responsible. You have multiple agencies pointing fingers at each other, And so when you have these contracts, where it comes down to is what is in the contract, what did these partners say that they would do to get these grant dollars in these contracts, and did they deliver on them? And many of these contracts were never delivered upon, not in the way that they promised, and they were given all of the money, taxpayer dollars. And many of these nonprofits, not all of them, but many of these nonprofits increase their salaries, their staff salaries. When you see surge bonuses of some of these executives and you see people doubling and tripling their salary, and that's not through donation, that's through taxpayer dollars and grant funding, that's absolutely unacceptable. But at the end of the day, when these nonprofits can't fulfill their promise, it's just a contract breach. They can't get held accountable other than, not being able to receive another contract. But really, there needs to be accountability. There needs to be accountability from the people issuing the contract, because at the end of the day, it's their responsibility. They're the ones giving out the money to these partners. And even if they said it was up to the NGOs to go into the backgrounds of the sponsors, they don't have the technology. They don't have the capability. You can't look into the background of individuals without access to those databases and technology. Nonprofits wouldn't have access in the way law enforcement does, in the way that these federal agencies do. So to even expect that can be outsourced is absolutely just mind-blowing.
And one of the things that came out of this was that it was looks like $6 billion during the Biden-Harris administration. $6 billion. These are federal tax dollars, and then they were through the grant program from the Department of Homeland Security, HHS, and others, and so they were funding all of this money. What about? And I know that it's not just children, but that's where I'm focusing today. So as far as the unaccompanied children, they call them the UACs, the unaccompanied alien children, those programs, as of this moment, when you look at the 300,000 children, how many of them are accounted for?
So it's very hard to get a number on that, but the number that we last heard was the one that Congressman Higgins gave of 35,000 that were accounted for.
God. And so is that, because I know I'll just give you an example of coverage. So there was a news story. I'm broadcasting from, live from Philadelphia, Allie, and there was a story about ICE moving in, and they took some people in custody at a car wash. And then later, we had followed up, and we were told that, in fact, those individuals were not arrested. They were being young men being, quote unquote, human trafficked for the issue of slave labor. And so these things are not followed up on, even for news people. It's hard to get the information. The headlines claim, oh, these are hardworking people and they did nothing wrong. Well, yeah, they did nothing wrong, but they were being trafficked. ICE was basically rescuing them. It's just one of the many things that I see where it's not properly being reported upon for a multitude of reasons. But one of the reasons is we're just not getting the information as far as who are these individuals. For example, in California, what was that, a week and a half ago, when in California we found out at that pot farm, there were a bunch of kids that were here illegally. I mean, are those kinds of situations, those kids then, everybody has to then cross-check and find out, how did those kids end up as free slave labor, allegedly, at a farm in California? Is that what's happening now?
That's what the media, you hit it right on the head. The media is not presenting the facts. Most of the media is presenting a narrative. They are picking the narrative they want to choose. They want to portray ICE in a negative light. They're not portraying what the actual intent is of ICE is. The focus, not the sole focus, but the primary focus is to remove the bad actors, the criminals, from this country. And that's their primary focus as of right now. But the media is not reporting that. They're trying to, like the case in California, they're trying to spin a narrative and not highlight the fact that there were children there working on a pot farm. And it doesn't matter what the child labor laws are in each state. Under the Unaccompanied Alien Children Program, these children are not allowed to work. So point blank, period. But when you have a party that cannot admit when something is not handled right, and they gloss over that fact, and then they gaslight the American public by saying, oh, ICE raided a pregnant woman's home, but leaving out the fact that they were going after a known cartel member with a rap sheet that, could fill a room. They leave that part out. So it's just the American people need to realize that there are certain media personalities like yourself that are reporting on what is actually going on. They're not spinning a narrative. They're presenting the facts, educating the community, educating the public, and making people aware of really what is going on the streets.
I know you have to go soon. I hope we can continue the conversation. Other than giving out, guardagainsttrafficking.org, I want everybody to go there, educate, get more educated. Please donate right at the top of the screen, donate. Because we have a really involved group, I'll tell you, Allie, who do donate. We just had a fundraiser for, backing families, who are affected by law enforcement, being shot on the job and that sort of thing, disabled. So please donate. But how can people follow you, support what you're doing? And I just want to point out, Allie, this is not political for you. You've been doing this, like you said, you've been doing this for a long time.
Absolutely. So we do have social media accounts. We have Facebook, X, Instagram. You can follow all of the major social media accounts. So I think that they are listed on the website. But you can also follow me and my business partner, Dr. Sadolsky, on social media. We do post a lot as well, and we're just trying to continue to educate the community. We are providing training to law enforcement. We're providing training to lawmakers. We're providing training, education to communities. And really, it's the donations that are the lifeblood of this organization, because what we're training people on is what we see firsthand. We're not reading articles and watching movies to get material to train people on. We're seeing it firsthand by speaking to incarcerated cartel members, by speaking to survivors and overcomers, and actually getting intelligence in real time that can help guide communities to protect themselves and establish strategies to be able to move the needle and be able to combat this crime.
Allie Hopper, guardagainsttrafficking.org. I hope you come back. I hope we continue the conversation. And most of all, thank you for doing this important mission. Really appreciate you, Allie.
Well, thank you so much, Don. I appreciate you. And thank you for reporting on this.
100%. Guardagainsttrafficking.org. And you can go through here. They have all kinds of news and updates, education, and you can learn about the Committee on Homeland Security. And that's what she had testified to. But also human traffickers, understanding their psychology. They even have, you can click on it where they go through illegal migrants, what happens during that journey to the United States. That goes underreported, right? What happens to somebody? Can you even imagine making that journey? And oftentimes it's a journey filled with, starvation, with sex assault and all kinds of violent assault. So this is not a pretty picture, but it's the reality. So we really appreciate guardagainsttrafficking.org, and absolutely will be following up on this important work. Thanks for being here, for listening in, for watching on YouTube, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. I'm Dawn Stensland. We will be right back.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, IT Twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
CompuTrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at CompuTrex.u.com.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep, our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road-ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly, old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensling Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
So we will talk in a moment more about a story that, once again, bias by omission, is not getting the coverage it deserves with that 114-plus page report that was revealed. And we have a lot of reaction and an important guest coming up. So we'll talk about all of that. Just a moment ago, you heard from Allie Hopper, who is with at guardagainsttrafficking.org. Just encouraging you, please check out their website. Donate if you can or if you will. A very important 501c3 nonprofit that really reminds me of the story, the movie Sound of Freedom, happening in real time, talking about awareness and talking about the fact that essentially when you look at how many missing people being human trafficked, but in particular, there were initially 335,000 missing children. And there is evidence now that the cartels brought in these kids, a third of a million kids. They have found about 25,000. Where are the other third of a million kids? That's what we're really looking at here. And the previous administration said nothing to see here. It makes you nauseous, sick to your stomach for sure. I know many of you reacting. We will be covering all of that as well as local news, take you through what's going on. President Trump planning a big AI, artificial intelligence conference. That's this afternoon, signing some important executive orders as well. Want to get your thoughts on this. 855-839-1210. And I know, Dan, we have some calls. You told me who you wanted to take, and I apologize.
Yeah, Phil in Delaware.
Hey, Phil in Delaware. Hey, Phil.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
That was definitely worthwhile airtime there.
Well, thank you. I would agree. I mean, Allie Hopper and her nonprofit, and we'll bring them back. Thank you, Dan Borowski, for bringing her in and booking her as an important guest. So what are your thoughts on this? Here's the thing. I sometimes will say there are some things that we should not politicize, that no matter what your politics, we can get behind this. So on one hand, we need to support organizations like this that are trying to find these kids. We need to support ICE and law enforcement because they're out here trying to find these kids and spread that word to some of the people who are being gaslighted, right? I mean, some of these people are, their emotions are being tapped into, and we see oftentimes they're women, if you notice, right? And these grandmotherly ladies, and they're crying, and they say, "Why are you picking on this?" We need to educate people to say, well, in many cases, ICE and law enforcement, they're looking for these missing kids.
Well, what's interesting about it, there's two things. One, like you said, they spike the attention with the hope that it'll burn off quick, or they'll say, "We got it. We're the government. You can trust us." And that's not the case, obviously.
Yeah.
One thing in particular I tripped on is foreign countries that are third world, second world, like Philippines and some other countries, where these agencies, just go after these single mothers or teenagers and send them to Dubai, to Qatar, Hong Kong, and some other countries, and they promise them that you'll get good money, sign contract for 2 years. They're away from their family. Sometimes they don't even return. They go MIA because they take their passports. And I've called my legislators in Delaware, and they can't seem to be bothered.
Yeah. Well, Phil, really appreciate your thoughts and being involved. It's such an important story. And again, everybody wants to talk about other stories that I guess maybe they're more salacious. But to me, this is something that we can do in real time because these children, they are missing as we speak across America. Now, hope to God that, not all of them are being trafficked in this way. But what is going on, we just don't know. And as a parent, I think about this. You think about the moments in your life, whether you're in the grocery store, especially this time of year, you're down the Jersey Shore. And you think about those moments when your child, or maybe you've taken the grandkids or godchildren or the cousins, right, the other family members, but you take them somewhere, Adventure Aquarium. You turn around, especially the Jersey Shore, I think about that. You turn around and one of the kids is gone, and your heart just leaps out of your body, and you can feel your heart pounding, and you're panicked. And everybody is looking for that child. Everybody on the beach, they're spreading the word, and the lifeguards, and then you get the guys, with the on the ATVs. Yes, exactly, Dan. Thank you for that. And I hate to tell you, but you and Maisie expecting in October, about next summer. This will be end of next summer. You'll know what this feels like.
Just walking down, turn around, and
boom, your little one, because they're fast. I think of Michael and David at a young age, and they're just gone, and it's in a split second, and the panic. But everybody mobilizes, no matter where you are. It's the grocery store, it's the market, wherever you are. Everybody mobilizes. Everybody's looking for, where's Michael? Right? Or I'll say Daisy, because Dan and Maisie, I'll just say the little girl's name's Daisy. Where's Daisy? Right? And we're all motivated. Where is she? Where is she? Hey, there's what was she wearing? What is he wearing? Right? And we all mobilize, and we're united in just finding that little one. One of my memories, I think I have video of this, and we were in Sea Isle City, and sure enough, it was Michael. That little Michael, dang, he was fast. And because baby David, David was the baby. We were paying attention to him, and you turn. So I'll never forget the image of being in Sea Isle City. And we look, and they're on the back of the ATV with one of the local, it was actually a lifeguard, I think, a lifeguard unit or one of the, emergency response. And there's little Michael with his big smile on his face. And he's with this, first responder there who found him, and they pull up. Well, Michael is thrilled. He's got the big smile. I'm sobbing. All the moms are worried. All the dads are running across the beach, right? And there's Michael.
Jubilant.
Oh, he got to ride on the big ATV with the uniformed. That's probably why he wants to be an officer. He's at Penn State now. Studying for law enforcement type degree, right? Oh my God! But your heart is just out of your body at that point. You're out of your mind, and there he is, and there's no, and then you want to kill your kid. You know what I mean? You're just like, oh, I'm gonna kill you. What you just want to hug him and kiss him and kill him all at once. But I think about that moment, and then think about 250,000 children missing, and nobody's panicked. There is no panic. And to hear Allie say that this happened years ago at this point, and that nobody in the Biden administration, nobody was panicking. And then you did have some people at the state level who are people at the local level, and they were just trying to do a welfare check, right? And they started to panic. But where was the media? If you think about it as a journalist, it's your job to ask. This is what you do to mobilize in the media, right? To say, hey, we have some missing kids here, and hope to God they're with a sponsor family who's a good family, and hope to God they're safe, but we can't find them, and nobody pushes that panic button. And then just ask yourself, and here's really the horrifying question to ask. You've probably already gone there. What if this had happened during a Republican administration? What if this had happened in the previous Trump administration? Can you only imagine what the media would be saying? And that's the sick part of it. No media group should be so political and politicized that they don't actively say during active queries, investigations for missing children in droves, or missing young people, missing young men, missing young women. And for them to politicize it, that's sick. That's really sick. As we talk about, for example, NPR, and what's in the headlines right now in the media? NPR, they cut our public funding. And I said earlier on Kale and Company, and I'll say it again because I think it's worth it. I'm going to ask you, 855-839-1210. Let's just say you had an NPR and they were conservative media, right? They're publicly funded, your tax dollars, and Congress goes in and says, you know what, we need to pull some funding. And because media now is easily accessible, streaming, all the different platforms now, and we're going to pull that money. It's no longer needed after 5-6 decades because we need to refocus dollars to where they're needed, such as searching for these missing kids, Border Patrol, etc., and refunding the police for safety. Would you say, I'm good with that, I'm fine with that, whether it's right-leaning or left-leaning, that's irrelevant. And that's my point, 855-839-1210. Your thoughts as we move forward.
Just a producer's note, our guest will be joining us today at 11:30. He had to push back a little bit there, Dawn. So.
That's okay. So that's the other story of the day, and that is that we have a former federal prosecutor who can speak to this story that I think, again, today my theme, if you will, is stories that are being buried for one reason or another. And this is by right-leaning media, left-leaning media, all media. Why are they burying these stories? Why aren't they focusing on this? And so this is a story in which we have documentation that takes us back, gives us tangible evidence, memos, in which there were people who were in the intelligence community who are, and you see this, and I'm going to go through it, but you see this where they're even saying, well, may we suggest that you word this differently, or basically questioning people like Comey, right? Back in the day during the, he was in the FBI. Why were they trying to word things like this? And why did they omit or hide or cover up? That's really what this is. It's fraudulent. It's anti-American. But they were basically trying to, it looks like, damage the ability for the Trump administration to have credibility, damage their ability to move forward, and also just trying to make false claims about the election. And here's the thing. You think about what Trump went through, Russiagate, and all of that. If you really think about it, what happened? This is allegedly even former President Obama, but certainly those within that administration, what they were trying to allege. And then when you look at it, and we obviously have the ability right now to zoom out and judge the past and then look at the tangible evidence, it's basically what they were accusing President Trump of. That's what they were doing. That's what I see here. Everything that they accused Trump of, the J6ers of, everything they were accusing in real time during the early Trump administration in 2016, they allegedly, I mean, that's what they were doing. Isn't that amazing?
Do you want to hear from the big man?
Yes.
Tulsi Gabbard has submitted a criminal referral to the Department of Justice. From your perspective, who should the DOJ target as part of their investigation? What specific figures in the Obama administration?
Well, based on what I read, and I read pretty much what you read, it would be President Obama. He started it. And Biden was there with him, and Comey was there, and Clapper. The whole group was there. Brennan, they were all there in a room. Right here, this was the room. This is much more beautiful than it was then, but that's okay. I have nice pictures up. They came out of the vaults. They were in there for 100 years. This is much more beautiful. We have the Declaration of Independence now in the room, which wasn't here. I guess people didn't feel too good about putting it here, but I do. But you know what? If you look at those papers, they have them stone cold, and it was President Obama. It wasn't lots of people all over the place. It was them too. But the leader of the gang was President Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? And except for the fact that he gets shielded by the press for his entire life, that's the one look, he's guilty. It's not a question. I like to say, let's give it time. It's there. He's guilty. This was treason. This was every word you can think of. They tried to steal the election. They tried to obfuscate the election. They did things that nobody's ever even imagined, even in other countries. You've seen some pretty rough countries. This man has seen some pretty rough countries, but you've never seen anything like it.
And so President Trump is not just, he was not just riffing, okay? He was just not making claims out of the air. He was he was answering questions about a report that had been released. So the official report, they set it for release last week. It was released on Friday the 18th by Tulsi Gabbard. It's an important report. And no matter what you think about a report that's released, why isn't this a bigger story? Why isn't everybody talking about it? You have a current president claiming that a former president committed treason. So number one, you have him saying it. But then you also have so much that we've covered. Former special counsel Robert Mueller, remember that whole thing? So he was appointed to take over the FBI's original Crossfire hurricane investigation. You think about Russia. I mean, a lot of this we covered back in the day. Well, now we have these newly unsealed and declassified reports, 114 pages as I've been looking at it. And yes, heavily redacted, but there's a lot there. Why aren't they going through it in the media? Can you imagine? Can you only imagine? Again, I'll take you through it. But can you imagine if this was, let's say, the Biden administration or the Obama administration releasing a report for the first time and unsealing it and declassifying it and giving to the media raw meat, which is basically what it is, loaded with information? I mean, it's unbelievable to me that the media just dismisses it as fake news, I guess, or says, oh, Trump is claiming this. They are covering that former President Obama did release a statement through his spokesperson yesterday and essentially said, well, normally we don't even respond. There's sort of a snarky little, piece in there. Normally we don't respond to these ridiculous, like over the top claims. I'm paraphrasing a little bit here, but saying that we need to respond to this. And so former President Obama denying this, calling it ridiculous. Around the corner at 11:30, you're going to hear from one expert who takes us through this and says why this is significant. But I would submit to you, no matter what, when you have this level of a newly declassified document, A, it deserves the coverage, B, go through it, C, call for some kind of hearings on this. I mean, we now learn that President Trump, that whole impeachment, all of those circuses or shows, whatever you want to call them, Shifty Schiff, that they were putting those shows on, Liz Cheney back in the day, all of that orchestrated. But a lot of the information that we were fed and that the media was spoon-fed, turns out it was based on information that in part has to do with, is rooted in these lies. And this is critical. I mean, do you want to get played? I don't. And so I want the transparency. I want the process. I'll cover it. But I think we have to have the conversation. So up ahead, you'll hear from the expert as we talk to him, former federal prosecutor. But yeah, President Trump saying that, alleging, if you will, that I have to say alleging that former President Barack Obama was the so-called ringleader of Russiagate and calling for him essentially to be criminally investigated here, but as well saying there should be an investigation and it should be transparent. These are new claims, new documents. We've never seen them before. Before last Friday is when they were released. But where do you hear this being talked about or focused on? It's kind of amazing to me. And so I'm looking up and thinking about the networks. What are they covering today? They're covering other stories and not really focusing on this. Why? Even Fox News is surprising. It's surprising to me that they're not covering this as much. I think Newsmax, which is I always get them confused. One of the Newsmax type shows on the right, they were covering this a little bit more, but it shouldn't be right or left. I mean, that's the real problem here.
I do have the only coverage, the only time that was given to it on our Sunday morning shows was CBS's Face the Nation, Margaret Brennan, where she actually framed it in a conversation with Representative Jim Hines as dangerous to even suggest that there was corruption here. Do you want some of that audio, Dawn?
Yes, sir.
CIA director issued a report critiquing the tradecraft that went into that 2016 assessment. Is there any legal basis for any kind of prosecution here?
None. Absolutely none, Margaret. What you saw from the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was not just a lie, but a very dangerous lie, because when you start throwing around language like sedition and treason, somebody's going to get hurt. Now, you pointed out that the Senate committee, then led by Marco Rubio, a Republican and now Secretary of State, found unanimously that Russia meddled in the election to try to assist Donald Trump. John Durham, special counsel appointed by Donald Trump, investigated this, found that the Senate report was correct. Now, what Tulsi is doing, it's a little sleight of hand, but it's worth focusing on. She is saying that the Intelligence Committee early on said that the Russians could not use cyber tools to mess with the voting infrastructure, the machines that tally our votes. And that was true then, and it is true now. Though the Russians tried to break into a couple of states, election technical infrastructure, they didn't do it. But it is well known and well established that the Russians hacked into the DNC and undertook any number of other influence operations, including buying reams of Facebook ads to discredit Hillary Clinton. That is not in contention, right? And
so I want to get both sides. That's why I wanted to let that go a little longer than normal in this case. And so when I look at the report, I'm seeing language. I'm seeing a back and forth between sort of lower level people within the intelligence, the cyber intelligence community. And they keep, they are gently sort of like if you were writing a memo to your boss or somebody that's more powerful than you, and you would gently try to suggest something, and it's all in there. And so why were they doing that then? where they're saying, well, I would suggest that maybe you word this a little differently, because what they're saying in there is that that they didn't have this capability. No, they really didn't do such and such. Maybe you should just say, well, maybe they could have. I'm seeing something different when I look through this report. And so I don't think it's a black and white issue. I certainly think that the fact that these are newly unveiled, newly revealed, declassified documents, number one. And then number two, the issue that I don't hear being addressed, and we'll talk to our expert around the corner, and that is, why were they denying newly incoming President Trump, and this was back in 2016, why were they denying his full briefings? That's another allegation. So we'll get to our expert. You'll hear from him. Stay right there.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on August 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
My computer is horribly slow.
Oh, really? I thought Smoke was a new feature on that model.
Dude, my whole business is on this thing.
Sounds like you need Computrex. We just started using them. They're amazing. They really know their stuff.
Computrex, affordable IT solutions for businesses with 200 employees or less. We handle automatic updates, secure backups, fast remote support, on-site help, and industry-leading cybersecurity.
I'm calling Computrex.
Visit ComputrexForYou.com. That's Computrex, the number 4, the letter U.com, or call 610-415-0539.
Summer is here and the good old times are calling. Heat things up with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Fire. Cool down with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey. And for the classic moments, there's always Jack Daniel's Old No. 7 Black Label. Right now, head into your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and get $3 off each of these summer favorites. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Humidity levels will begin to increase across the Delaware Valley today. It'll be partly sunny with a high temperature up around 86. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low of around 70 for the city and cooler in the suburbs. And for Thursday, hot and humid with a mixture of sunshine and clouds and a high near 90.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
As we talk about this, again, underreported story, in my humble opinion, we want to get to my next guest, Brett Tolman, leading figure in the drafting and passage, for example, of the First Step Act, one of the most sweeping reforms of the federal criminal justice system in decades, and somebody who continues to advise, for example, many in the White House, Congress on these issues. So policy expert, attorney, founder of the Tolman Group. And as well, you can find his site. I always want to give you the information where you can donate, get involved, learn about the initiatives he's involved in, rightoncrime.com. Brett Tolman, executive director for Right on Crime and former U.S. attorney. Great to have you here. Thank you, Brett.
Thank you, Don, for having me.
So the big piece of this, as somebody like me, I'm looking through this 114-page report, was dropped and declassified last Friday, trying to go through that. But as well, somebody who, and my background is as a journalist, TV anchor, news reporter for most of my career, and then moved over to the conservative talk radio side. And so when I look at media, and that's one of my wheelhouses, and the way they report things, it always bothers me when there's what I think is a legitimate story, a report to go through, allegations, and what I see is some tangible, evidence within this report that something isn't quite right. When you look at this report, Brett Tolman, through your eyes, what do you see here, and what jumps out at you as far as what is disturbing? And what I would say, honestly, Brett, I hope to God this is not true, but I don't know how to say, oh, this is absolutely fake news. I can't because of what's in the report.
Yeah, it is. It's concerning for those of us who've spent time, working at DOJ or working in Congress. There's a perception that has been growing that our government is willing to lie to us, and we're exposing more and more their ability to lie to the American people, and to do so in a manner in which anyone attempting to expose it is labeled a conspiracy theorist or labeled, something derogatory, when in reality, we have allowed the government to grow to such an extent that those in power have believed that their judgment is more important than the American people's. And once they get to that point, then the end justifies any of the means, including lying or other deception, utilizing our intelligence community to perpetrate a fraud. All of that becomes acceptable because you have a higher goal, which is we believe Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, or at least that's what they tell folks. And this report, in its raw form, is so very hard to minimize. And you saw the attempts of President Obama attempting to say, well, we did receive intelligence. Well, the reality is they received intelligence, and that intelligence was very, very clear. It was crystal clear, and they all knew it, that Russia was not interfering, and that Donald Trump was not, embroiled in scandal and in Russia, and that this was all fabricated, and they knew that, and they 180-degree spun it so that they could use it to their advantage against Donald Trump.
And when you look at this, and just going through it, the fact that they had information, it sure seems like, and I mean, they mentioned POTUS in here, but who do you see if they're going to call some kind of hearing or something to provide some transparency to the American people? And like you're saying, this is a raw report that everybody can look at. It's made public, a lot of redactions. But who would you say should be called forth to answer more about what they're saying during this back and forth that we see in 114 pages?
Well, keep in mind, Tulsi Gabbard, the DNI, has indicated very recently this morning and again this morning that she will be releasing over 1,000 more documents that actually refutes what President Obama has, the statement that he made, and it refutes some of the other statements that have been made by those that are embroiled in this. So we certainly need to get all of that. Mm-hmm. Then we need to have an honest investigation that's led by individuals who want to get at the truth, not individuals that don't want that or that they want to, bury this, but individuals that want to get to the truth. And those investigators need to be able to interrogate, or depose or cross-examine Obama, Comey, Clapper. I mean, everybody that is a part of spinning the intelligence report in order to attack President Trump and deceive the American people.
Yeah, Brett, one of the pieces of this that strikes me, among others, is, and again, redacted, but it's by an intelligence analyst with the Technology Cyber Intelligence Unit. And it's on page 8 of this report. And what I perceive in this is that they're answering back, they're doing reports, but they're even answering back to somebody with the FBI. And again, it's redacted. But they're pointing out, they're trying to be honest here, it looks like. And they're saying that, yeah, Russia seems to be the only nation state with, quote, the current means and possible motivation to use something like a cyber attack. So they're using words that I would use if I were analyzing something, like, okay, who could possibly do this? And they're putting that kind of language in. So that's in the report, right? That they're saying, well, they're the only ones who would have the potential. But I don't see where somebody says, yep, they did it, and here's the smoking gun. Is that what you're looking at? Is that what you're seeing?
Yes, that's right. And that's what's so remarkable in that Obama leads the effort in articulating not speculation or, honestly, assessing, that Russia, may have the capability, but we don't have evidence that they have done so. I mean, that should have been the messaging, but it wasn't. The messaging was that Russia has interfered with the elections and is trying to put Trump in. And then you had individuals like Comey and others go on under oath and state as much. And then you had the intelligence community working in multiple angles to attack the incoming President Trump and then the sitting President Trump in what I believe is an effort to distract him or to harm his ability to lead the country through, one attack after another. And I've made this point before, but why would they do this? Why would anyone do this? Well, President Obama is the only president in our lifetime who didn't leave the Oval Office after his 8 years of service. He stayed in Washington, D.C., and so did his people and the people that were in the positions of power. And I think they did that because they were on a mission. They were on a mission to make sure that Donald Trump was off guard and incapable of digging into many of the things that they did during the Obama administration, and then to also be ready when they could put someone in like Joe Biden, which happened, and then Obama's people were placed back in power, in essence, a third term for President Obama.
I'll give you a piece of my opinion, which is that if I think about former President Obama's administration, he was somebody who I think in many ways, because he was given a pass by the media in part, you think about the deadly drone strikes, even that took some American lives in the Middle East. You think about how at the end of the day, we look at the fact that his evolution, if you will, on immigration and how they called him the deporter in chief, but he kind of, I feel like, did what he wanted. So it doesn't really surprise me, quite frankly, that he was, and I have to say the word allegedly, but based on this report, that he was basically continuing on and kind of doing what he wanted. I think it's a consistent pattern.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's one of the better descriptions I've heard of what, the approach that Obama took. And you can see it in his decision making. Absolutely unconcerned with any potential blowback or, they touted forever that this was the president with no scandal. and the reason is because the media never held him accountable for anything that he ever did.
That's right. Yeah, the one, I looked through it page by page and even toward the end, but the one where you have, again, somebody with intelligence support and they even write back in the email, I took the intent of this email to get the basic starting point regarding Russia we agree with. And he says, Russia probably is not and will not be trying to influence the election by using cyber means to manipulate computer-enabled election infrastructure. And then they go on. That they have the capability, but they're we even notes that refers obviously to meetings they've had that they're not doing it and they probably will not. But going through that, it's a manipulation, if you will, of present participle language of it's like active verb. You can do some gymnastics with it, but essentially that's what I see here, that they manipulated these people who then even later were trying to go back in the report and appear to be trying to clarify it. Because you're probably, if you're an analyst and you're that expert at the lower level, obviously some biggity bigs are looking at this, you're thinking, was I not clear?
Well, I think that's right. At the ground level in the trenches, you have analysts that are, it's very similar to FBI agents, right? Those in the trenches are trying to do their job. They're dealing in a world of concrete facts, and they're trying to assemble those facts to determine whether or not, in the case of the FBI, whether crimes occurred, or in the case of analysts, intelligence analysts, whether or not there's intel that is important that affects our national security. But above that is where we see willingness by the political appointees to actually change the narrative and to change the facts and to push them and push them out to the American people. And the analysts, they know, are powerless to do so because they have obligations of confidentiality and secrecy, and they don't want to lose their job. And so I think that model has been utilized, especially throughout the Obama years, but in a much more brazen fashion during the Biden years.
Yeah, Brett Tolman, executive director for Right on Crime, former U.S. attorney. You know what concerns me most is that I think if they thought that this was a lightweight, a guy who was a TV guy and just wanted to be a celebrity in the White House, they wouldn't have gone to these incredible efforts and lengths to do this if you look at the report. And so that's really what I find chilling, Brett Tolman. Mm-hmm. And, I just want your thoughts on this as far as what did they really fear? Because I don't think it's just Donald J. Trump the first time or now in office now. I think it's something else. What could they possibly fear by an incoming Donald J. Trump, either 45 or now 47?
Well, if you look back at in our tumultuous decades of history of American politics, look at the presidents who had angered the intelligence community, and look at the repercussions for doing so. You had JFK, you had Ronald Reagan. I mean, you had Donald Trump. I mean, there's no question that intelligence operations were pursued by our very own intelligence community against these presidents. All shot at, attacked with campaigns against them. It is not surprising to me. It's not just Obama. It very well could be the intelligence community themselves laying all of this foundation in order to keep a man out of office that they knew was not going to be able to be controlled, did not need the job, and had threatened to expose things like the JFK files and other things. So I'm not surprised by, I think we're finally awakening as a country to see that we have suffered through some remarkable and disturbing, times in which the intelligence community thought for the country and thought their ideas of what should happen and shouldn't happen were more important, and they utilized key people, key positions. Comey, Clapper, Obama, everyone that's been involved. It's a conspiracy in which not everyone knew what everyone else was doing, but a few people in the intelligence community absolutely knew the scope of the conspiracy.
Brett Tolman, just incredible. I could listen to you all day. Thank you so much. And especially, I know Dan Borowski, our executive producer, called your team this morning, mid-morning. There was a lot breaking. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you come back. I'll just finally say, you're not the first person this morning who talked about this awakening. The first person was Ellie Hopper, who testified last week, giving some pretty chilling and disturbing information about child trafficking and about 300,000 missing children in America right now. You're the second person this morning who has made this important point.
Thank you, Don. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Brett Tolman, Executive Director for Right on Crime, former U.S. Attorney. And please check out all of his great work. I mean, my God, it's pretty impressive what he has done as far as addressing issues like everything from international adoption fraud to talking about, different types of human trafficking, terrorism, breaches of national security. So quite the resume, but rightoncrime.com. Your thoughts and other breaking news of the day that I'll update you on, 855-839-1210. Dawn Stensland with you here. We'll be continuing the conversation, but I got to talk about my friends from Piazza Auto Group because, when we reveal this information to you and we have these moments where it's not just a 30-second clip, these are in-depth interviews. I have to thank my friends from the Piazza Auto Group. They've been the wind beneath my wings, and they've really been somebody who empowered us here on Conservative Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for many years now, and that's the Piazza Auto Group. And in fact, look at behind me, if you're watching on YouTube, the studio that I'm broadcasting from, piazzaautogroup.com, and we thank them. So I hope, even if you're not in the market for a vehicle right now, if you stop by a dealership, just thanking them, check out the website, piazzaautogroup.com. Specifically, Acura, just named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Books. This is the 2025 Consumer Choice Awards, which are a pretty big deal every year. And this means top performance, cutting-edge tech, unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX Acura, delivering more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. You can always shop online, piazzaacura.com, for all the special offers. Piazza Auto Group, thank you Tell them Dawn sent you.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
For over 46 years, TNT Amusements in Southampton, Bucks County has been selling real pinball machines and arcade video games like Pac-Man directly to the home. Why not stop in and see our maze-like showrooms full of these machines and buy one for your family? And guess what? You can rent the same showrooms for a unique private party for any event. Google TNTAmusements.com.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shea.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210
WPHT.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Thank you so much for all your comments and your feedback. Wow. Just a fast-paced day, a lot of great interviews. Thank you to our executive producer, Dan Borowski, for booking. Brett Tolman, Allie Hopper, we'll have them back on again. There's so much to talk about today and so much breaking and developing. I did put out on social media, please follow me at Dawn Stensland on X. But one of the things that's gone viral is this woman at the Jersey Shore. And this happened to a relative of mine. She's eating her sandwich, and you see the seagull like swoop down and grab the sandwich. It's amazing. These things are like precision pilots, but I've seen this happen in real time.
Yeah. You ever been attacked by one of them?
Not to that point,
No?
but yeah, they kind of dive bomb when you have food. I always want to have like a big super soaker squirt gun or something, but they're protected. You know that, right? So in Ocean City, I love the fact that you have usually a lady or a man who has the predatory hawk, like the falcon bird or whatever it is.
Yep.
And there are no seagulls. And then as soon as they leave the boardwalk, boom, they're back. It's amazing how smart they are.
So you're never getting mauled. I feel like someone that might get often mauled, maybe because it's the shiny head, would be Tony Bruno.
Oh, that's true. Tony Bruno.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Yes.
Good evening.
Hello
whatever
again.
day it is. Dawn, by the way, great show today, and your interview with Allie Hopper was phenomenal. This is what talk radio is all about. You know, getting the word out of what's really going on in this country. And I know there's so much to talk about. We have the Kohlberger sentencing coming up, which is another big story in Idaho. There's a long line of people outside the courthouse. We have the Trump thing. We have the Epstein thing. There's just so much going on.
There is.
But I know you're a bit, Dawn, but the Inquirer today, I don't know if you saw this story about Josh Shapiro ramping up for not his run for governor next year, but also for his presidential aspirations. Apparently, he has increased the number of staffers dedicated to communicating his agenda. He had, because $3 million a year to hire Flax to go out and promote you and be there every time you have your phone doesn't he do his own PR? He gets a selfie. Imagine if there was still film and it had to be developed. Josh Shapiro couldn't exist these days, right? Because everything is a selfie. So if he takes selfies all the time, why does he need a big staff of people to communicate his agenda?
Tony, it's just like you. You take the selfie and then you give it to me and go, here, Robin, do something with it.
I know a lush when I see one, and you're a lush.
Lush, but, I'll have a cocktail every once in a while. But no, great stuff today, Dawn. I don't know how you do it. I mean, you go from 5 o'clock in the morning till noon. Now today, I've gone from 5:30 this morning when I woke up until 3 today for Dom.
Whoa.
So, but there's just so much. There's breaking news. The other story that is just breaking will soon allow women customers to request only women drivers. So there's just so much to talk. We may have to go. I may have to stay on the air longer than than Cory Booker did in front of Congress.
Rich Zioli, watch out.
I know.
No, Rich is coming in. Hopefully we'll have a crossover. But Dawn, it was a pleasure. We'll be back tomorrow and on Friday, weather permitting, of course, as we say here. But great stuff today. Awesome. And I know Big Dan is, and Henry Machette, the producer. But the Big Dan, the one thing about Big Dan is that he's always listening to the station. He just doesn't focus at time. He's like listening 24/7.
He's like omnipresent, for crying out loud.
Yes, he is.
Thank you both.
Well, the great Tony Bruno is back. We'll see if he has the crossover with Rich Zioli. And as I say, behind every good man is a great woman. Miss Robin is right there, too. Have a great one. Tony and Robin are up next.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
And good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. It is the Dom Giordano Show. And this is Tony Bruno, a fellow Italian, South Philadelphian. We have basically an Italian flavor today. We'll bring out the calamari. If you're good, later on, we'll bring out some cannolis from Termini's cannoli place. I mean, there's so many great cannolis in Philly. But it's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, live from Florida today, keeping an eye on Alligator Alcatraz just in case anybody acts up today. We'll have to send you down there to visit with my friends. But the air conditioning is turned up all the way to 11. So that's a good thing. Miss Robin is all ready to go.
Hello, hello.
The great Henry Mashett.
Hey-o.
I think you should change it to Mache. It sounds Henry Mashett.
Well, it was originally Massetti, almost machete-like, so I think I might change it back to that. Yeah.
Really? So your real name is Machete?
Correct.
Massetti.
Massetti? So
Machete, yeah.
Wow. How can you change it? You don't need to do that anymore. Back in the day, if you had an Italian last name, you would change it. Like all the great, Frankie Avalon, Bobby Rydell, they all had Italian last names. But back in the day, if you had an Italian last name, you would have to change it because of the anti-Italian American sentiment in the country.
That's exactly what happened. My great-grandparents are like, we're not
I
getting
think
any
you
work
should
over
absolutely return it.
I think
It's
I
an
will at some
outrage.
Switch it
point.
back.
Yeah.
I think everybody should change their names and add a vowel to the end. I mean, you could be Polish, you could be Italian. Anybody whose name is Hispanic, names that end in vowels need to come back. Let's make vowels great again here on the Dom Giordano program. We got a lot of stuff to cover. And Henry's been working. Look what he prepares. This is just in the last 24 hours. This is all the work this man does for the Daily Dom Show that you hear every day right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I mean, you see any sports stations preparing stuff like this? No, they don't prepare. They just sit down and start crying about the Eagles and the Phillies and the training camp and Jalen Hurts. Listen, the Eagles arrived at training camp today. So now, finally, we got football to talk about. Before you know it, there'll be exhibition games that no one goes to. And then we'll complain about the starters only playing one drive and then getting the hell out before somebody gets hurt and is done for the rest of the year.
Training camp is good for is for all the people to go up there so that they can get their whatever signed. Football.
Not in. I mean, you look through the fence, go down in South Philly. When we used to live there, people would look through the fences down there at the Novacare complex. I remember going up to Allentown for Eagles training camp back in the day. You know what I'm saying? You're too young for that, Henry. Now, how old are you, may I ask?
I am 26.
So you're still a young man.
Yeah.
Very young.
I'd like to think so.
And why did you have to change your last name and get rid of your Italian heritage?
Well, that was the thing. It's like you were saying, like my great-grandparents, when they emigrated to the United States, they were like, all right, we're being persecuted over here. We have to change the name to sound more French. So they went from Massetti to Machette to sound more French.
No, it should be Mache, like Colbert.
Yeah.
It's Colbert. It's spelled Colbert. You think his real name is Colbert?
I don't know if I want to be associated with that.
You think his real name is Colbert? It's Colbert. He's not French, is he?
No, I wouldn't think so. Maybe.
Actually, I think he might be part Italian as well, right?
I don't know who he is.
Colbert.
I don't think so. He's too much of a schmuck to be Italian. But anyway, enough about that. We got Gavin Newsom in the news. We got Josh Shapiro in the news. We got Donald Trump in the news. We've got the Epstein files. We got, did I mention Josh Shapiro?
Yes.
And then we have weather news, too. I just got breaking news from my friends on the West Coast. San Francisco has suffered its coldest summer since 1982. Now, you know, Robin and I have been to San Francisco.
Coined a phrase. The coldest winter I ever spent was a summer in San Francisco.
Exactly. But the bottom line is this. Summers are always cold in San Francisco. That's why, down, well, I don't know if they still are open, but in San Francisco, we go down to the Embarcadero as a tourist. It's a great tourist city. It's one of those beautiful cities on earth. It was. I mean, physically. I mean, God created the beauty, and then man made all the other stuff, and man is now destroying it. Man being Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass and all the other people running California into the ground. But the bottom line is, San Francisco, people would go there as tourists in the summer, and they'd go down the Fisherman's Wharf, and then they would go buy a sweatshirt because they thought, oh, it's summer, it's got to be hot. And you go to Fisherman's Wharf, and it's just so cold. But the good news is that the T-shirts were cheap.
Yes.
You go down there, you get a sweatshirt for like $20.
Surprisingly, they didn't gouge people.
No, because they knew people needed to buy them. It's like when you go to Disney in the summer in Orlando. You know it's going to rain every day. So Disney's smart. Disney sells those disposable ponchos, and people buy them because they know they're going to get wet. But when when you come to Florida a lot, or you live in Florida now like I do, you already have ponchos. You have an umbrella all the time. But you don't care when it's hot and humid, even in the city. When I was a kid growing up in South Philly, when it got hot and humid, you'd go outside and turn on the fire hydrant. If you were the kid that had the fire hydrant, the plug, as we used to call it, the wrench, you know what I'm saying? You have the plug wrench. You were the hero of the neighborhood. Somebody would come knocking on the door. Tony, you got the plug wrench? Let's open it up and do some, we would call them peacocks. You put your butt up against the fire hydrant, and then you make the big shower, and the whole neighborhood would come out and get excited. That's what it's all about growing up in the city.
Was that
legal?
What
I mean? Not anymore. No, back in the day,
it
wasn't legal.
Like, go get
but then,
Jimmy
then
the
cops would come. Yeah, but the cops would come by, and then they would turn it off.
Oh.
And then 20 minutes later, when it's 100 degrees in the concrete, in the concrete jungle of South Philadelphia and all over the city, but now they put sprinklers on them. I don't know if they still do. Then they have these attachments where it was just like a pipe with holes drilled in it, so it would just sprinkle. Because let's be honest, Philadelphia public schools still don't have air conditioning, a lot of them, and kids have to go in and suffer in the summer, or when it gets cold in the winter, they don't have enough heating and air conditioning. So that's what happens. So you do what you do when you live in the city. I mean, times have changed, but people still get hot. Remember old people used to go to the mall to cool off in the summer because they were broke?
Yes.
And now with the electricity rates going crazy, people go to the mall just to hang out.
I used to do that. I used to go to movie theaters and then just go from one theater to the other just to cool off.
Thank you.
I want to recognize everybody that's on YouTube. We really appreciate that you are there. Apparently, there's you and I are having some echoing issues on YouTube. Hopefully, that will be fixed shortly. But I also
that guy from Channel 5 who interviewed what's his name, Hunter Biden. He's on YouTube. He's got like 3 million followers.
Now, there's somebody named Tuna something that says that you sound like Wolfman Jack.
Wolfman Jack? No,
know, that's
Wolfman Jack. By the way, Joe Ricciani says Colbert is not funny enough to be Italian. Well, you got that right. Is he funny at all? He was funnier when he was pretending to be Bill O'Reilly when he worked on Comedy Central. When, he was like traveling with veterans and showing up at events. Now, then he went the other way. Listen, God bless him. But I don't know about you, but when I got removed, when I was at WCAU back in the days and they shut down the format to get rid of the news department and the unions, they had security guards walk us out of the studio to make sure we didn't take anything. That's how, and people still get fired every day. So we'll get into Colbert too. I mean, the fact that all these other clowns on late night television are all now rooting for each other. I remember the good old days that when you worked at a radio station, I remember when Howard Stern came on the air in Philadelphia for the first time, and John DeBella was the #1 morning show. And John DeBella and Howard Stern went after him. Because remember, Howard Stern was only on in New York. Then he was put on in Philly. And then he went after John DeBella, who was the #1 show in the morning. And what did he do? When he beat John DeBella in the ratings, he came to Philadelphia with a hearse and drove around the studio to remind him that he buried him. Now you have all these clowns on late night all reading the same They should just have one staff to write all the same jokes. They read the same jokes every night. Why do you need 200 people to produce a show?
Sometimes verbatim.
No, exactly. It's almost like they get the same jokes. And all the jokes contain 2 words now, apparently. That's the 2 words. F you.
Yes.
F you now is comedy at late night.
George Carlin would be having a heyday right now.
Oh.
I want to thank whoever fixed the echo has now been fixed. Thank you very, very much, Henry.
Not
Whoever,
Echo and the Bunny
Thank
Man.
Dan.
Another
Thank Dan
old
for that one.
to thank Fan for that. Dan.
Was it Dan? Was
Dan.
it Big Dan,
Big
producer?
Big Dan Borowski.
I want everybody on YouTube to please give us a thumbs up. Let's
Smash the like button.
Smash the like.
Subscribe, smash it again. But you only can vote once. This isn't like the election. This isn't like Philadelphia, where you can vote multiple times, or many other cities. You vote once, you only get one like. How can you not get multiple likes? What happens if someone wants to slam the like button 100 times because they appreciate the quality of the content today on a film show?
You can like also give a little heart. That's like an extra like.
Yeah. Turn on your heart light?
Yes.
Anyway, enough about that. We're just getting this party started. We got a lot to talk about today. I mentioned Dawn earlier with the great interview about the Guarding Against Trafficking group, the organization, guardagainsttrafficking.org. I got to rip a psychic today, and I don't really rip psychics because we know psychic mediums, right, Robin?
Yes, we do.
We know them personally, and some of them do great work. But then there's this one psychic in California, not the California psychics. I don't know what the hell they do, but they're an advertiser. This woman, Carla Barron, I don't know if you know her.
I don't.
She blocked me for some reason, and I have no idea. I never even responded to her.
She knew this was coming.
She knew, yeah, she's a psychic. So this is what she writes today. And this is because this is breaking news. Because you know the story in Idaho, the 4 students who were murdered in Idaho.
Right.
And the guy who pleaded guilty so he can get life in prison is waiting sentencing today. And when that happens, we'll get you that, the breaking news on that. And the punk's name is Korberger, right?
Yes.
What is his name?
Brian Koberger.
Brian Korberger. So this psychic, Carla Barron, why do people think they will discover more about the Idaho 4 murders during today's sentencing? Brian Koberger did not do this. He agreed to escape the death penalty. There's still a killer among you in Idaho. Can you imagine?
Wow.
What evidence do you have? I hear it all the time. What evidence do you have, Carla? Yeah, you have psychic evidence that he didn't kill 4 people and the killer is still running loose in Idaho. Really? Then shouldn't you have to produce evidence?
Didn't he?
He did. No, there's no doubt. He
did.
He did claim because he doesn't want to go to. He'll spend life in jail instead of being executed, which he would have been in the old days. You slaughter 4 people, and everybody knows you slaughtered 4 people, and the evidence shows you slaughtered 4 people. What do? You cop a plea and you say, I'll spend life in prison, and then they'll get some judge in a couple of years to let him out on circumstance. Look at the Menendez brothers. Now, one of the Menendez brothers apparently had a heart attack today. So they may not even get out of jail. They may not even live to get out of jail after all these years later. So anyway, there's a lot to talk about. We're just getting started. And the phone number. Right, Henry? Can I call you Hank then? Can you call you Henry or Hank?
I go by both, yeah. No one really calls me Hank around here, though. It's funny.
Does anybody? Does your family call you Hank?
My close friends, yeah. My dad does, yeah. Absolutely.
The only Hank I knew in Philly was the great Hank Spurka at Action News back in the day. You're not old enough to remember it.
Yeah.
Hank Spurka, Action News.
Now, my stepfather, his name is Hank with an E.
Hank.
Hank.
Oh, Hank.
Isn't that Hanky?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Hank?
Hank. And it's not short for anything. That's his actual name.
Can't say I've heard that one before.
Well, it's a Dutch thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hank?
Hank.
It's a Dutch thing. Anyway, we're just getting started. The phone number, 215-570-1210. Or do we say 215-570-1210? We don't say 0 anymore, do we?
No, it's always been an O for me. Like when I give out my phone number, it's always 610, the area code.
215. That's right. Do you say 610, Robin?
I usually say 0.
Robin?
I know. I'm one of the
We don't
weird
do
ones,
that
the
here.
outliers.
We don't do that here, Robin. How long have you been in this country?
I still have certain hang-ups. What can I say?
We'll get to that later. We're going to get a psychic on to tell us what your hang-ups really are and what you really, truly think about, Robin. Tell us all your thoughts about God, too. No, we're not going to do that today. We got a lot to talk about. We got some great audio and breaking news as it happens. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin. We're filling in for the great Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Everybody was pressuring me and Michael and David, so we did commit to riding next year.
July 21st, yes. Grab this tape because we're going to hold you accountable for this.
And Michael and David.
They're going to take one of those bikes you get on the boardwalk.
Yeah.
Believe me, Michael and David could, you know what I mean? When you're like in high school and college, it's like
they're going to pedal you.
Yeah.
You sit back in like the lounge area.
Yep.
Yeah, right?
You could stream something, sip an Arnold Palmer, and let the boys pedal you.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Donna Dern, this is my husband, George. We've been with Crash Proof since 2011.
Becoming Crash Proof was the best decision with our money that we've ever made. The money we earn is ours, and the interest is added to the principal. So we compound on top of that money, and there's just nothing better than watching that nest egg grow.
We're still constantly gaining, and it's never going back to where it started.
You let these folks help you out, grow your portfolio, and doesn't cost you a cent.
Look into Crash Proof Retirement. You won't regret it. And just like through turbulent times before, we still fist bump. And we say, yep, we're okay.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on August 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Dom Giordano Show, Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, earlier today on Kale and Company. We talked about a lot of good stuff. Dawn. I mean, it's just fun to be doing talk radio again. Not full time, because I'm semi-retired. You know what I mean? What does semi-retired means, Robin, to you? You hear somebody saying, because everyone says, aren't you retired? Why are you still on social media? Why are you still talking?
Semi-retired for most people means that you're now taking Social Security, but you're still working. That's what semi-retired means.
People who are like super, super rich,
yeah,
they still collect Social Security too. I think if you're super rich, but no, see, here's the thing. This is one of those interesting arguments. If you pay into Social Security, which you do, I started working when I was 11 years old. Now, I wasn't paying Social Security taxes because I was like delivering newspapers and stuff and working in a pizza shop in South Philly. But when you start having a real job and then you have to pay taxes, you immediately start paying taxes when you first start your job, no matter how long ago it is. My first job was like 60 years ago. So I put into the system for 60 years, and Social Security was a Ponzi scheme to have the government take your money and then pretend that they were going to hold it for you because you were too stupid or intellectually and dishonest enough not to know. I mean, we used to get vacation clubs. Remember the banks? You would have a vacation club and a Christmas club because then you'd put like $5 a month in so that by the time like Christmas came around, you'd have money to buy presents. I know that's a long time ago because $5 a month isn't even going to buy you one gift card this year.
Here's the way I think Social Security should work. If you, by the time you're 65, or now it's probably going to be 70 for me, by the time you're 70, if you would need the Social Security check to live on, you deserve to get it.
Absolutely.
If you are so wealthy that the your Social Security check is just a drop in the bucket,
then donate it to people like me, who
shouldn't be able to get it. No, but you shouldn't be able to get it anymore. If that's, I know that you worked for it, but you don't need it anymore. It should be only for the seniors that need it to survive.
I agree. I totally agree. I'm one of those seniors who still needs it.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to get a mortgage on my house once it's finally done. You don't see me crying or asking for public contributions. Now, if you'd like to tip, for just a second, you can do that. No, I'm just kidding.
I think we do that on YouTube.
People.
Can we take tips on YouTube?
I think that's oh, never mind.
Right. So here's a weather update too on San Francisco. I mentioned earlier, San Francisco isn't expected to hit 70 degrees again in the month of July, which is winding down. If that holds up, it'll tie the all-time record, just 2 days above 70 degrees in June and July, the fewest since records began in 1874. This is your great-grandfather's San Francisco summer.
Yes. Now, for people that don't know, San Francisco, this is only in San Francisco.
Right, in the city.
As soon as you leave the city.
You go over the bridge, the
like
Golden Gate, and you go into Sausalito. It's like, it's like summer. You go into the other county. San Francisco, because it's shrouded in fog every day. And because it starts off with fog. And it's beautiful.
And it
if
has
you've driven over the Golden Gate Bridge.
And
You're
it has
walked
the
over.
breeze coming in over the ocean.
Yeah.
And it's frigid.
And the water's ice cold and shark infested. But other than that, it's still one of the most beautiful places to
Now,
visit.
somebody who's not frigid, we have a caller, right?
We have somebody on the line?
We do. We have Frank in South Philly waiting.
Frank in South Philly. Yo, Frank. What's up, cuz?
Hey, cuz, what's going on?
No, I don't know. What up, cuz?
Hey, Tone, listen, there's only one place that they still open the plug up, and that's to clean the intersection or to water the Veterans Memorial down here in South Philadelphia.
Absolutely.
And that would be 18th and Bigler. I built a memorial down here, but we clean the intersection over here because the city sometimes
they do that a
don't
lot.
have.
And a lot of times the fire department will open them up, to make sure that the water's cleaned out and running, and that's good. And now that the trash is all picked up, it's great again. I mean, Philadelphia is my home. It's a beautiful, beautiful city. And I'm glad they got that thing settled quickly. Well, it wasn't quickly, but they got it settled and they got the trash all. You got any trash still laying around down there? Any tires that you're throwing up there at the old food distribution center across from
not in my intersection. Hey, Tone, not in my intersection. I keep it clean every other day. I make sure all this trash is out of the neighborhood over here.
I was
so
doing
I keep
the same
it clean
thing. When I was living on Sigel Street, where I grew up in South Philly, right off East Passyunk Avenue, I grew up there, when it was just East Passyunk Avenue was a great place. And now it's like one of the hottest neighborhoods in the city. And there's great restaurants and great shopping and all that other stuff. And the people come from all over to head down there. But, I used to shovel the snow. I used to clean my streets because a lot of time, stuff winds up on the streets and nobody sweeps it. And this is the best part. There's still signs on the streets in South Philly that say no parking, street cleaning, from May to December, whatever it is. They haven't cleaned the streets in South Philly since Frank Rizzo was the mayor.
That is correct. And it's up to the individual here in South Philly or any part of Philadelphia or any part of the country that it's up to the individual to keep the neighborhood clean. Hey, listen, Tone, I'm going to give you a special invitation when you come up here, particularly if you come up here Veterans Day weekend over here or that around that time. I'm going to treat you to a cheesesteak that the new place just opened up over here in South Philadelphia.
Joey Molino's joint? Joey Molino, Skinny Joey's joint?
I'm 3 blocks away from here, but when you come up here for Veterans Day weekend, we do a 21 gun salute for my VFW that I belong to on Veterans Day weekend. So if you come up here, now also I'm going to treat you, only if you come up here personally, I'm going to treat you to something. Danny knows about it. Some homemade wine, super salt, and cup of gold. How's that?
Suprasad. Let's see. That's in November, right? Veterans Day is in November. Then what's the? It's the date
November 11th,
it's a week after Election Day. So November 4th is Election Day, and then the following Tuesday, November 11th, is Veterans Day. Well, hopefully we'll be up there this year because we haven't been up there in months. But we're doing the house thing. We're trying to get once we get into the house in a couple of weeks, we settle down, empty the 7,000 boxes that we have opening there. Then we'll come up, and then we definitely want to come up. I mean, that's where my family's still. Most of my family's still up there. I don't have any family down here. We're making new friends, and we've got people who've become family. But for the most part, Philly will always be my home. There's so many people from Philly living here in Southwest Florida now. People have homes in the main line, and they have homes here. People live in Radnor, and they have a house down here. So that's what they do. It's like, people go to the shore. They live in the city or New Jersey, and they have a house at the Jersey Shore. And now, the difference is here, everybody comes down here in November after hurricane season from the north, and then they spend like November through March or April or May here, and then they go back up to the north because it becomes too hot and humid.
And next month, in the middle of the month, me and my wife, we jar gravy, homemade gravy. None of that. We jar the whole. We do about 10, 12 cases. So if you come up here,
now do you call it gravy or sauce? Now wait a minute, we're going to have to get Lorraine Rinaldi on the air. Gravy or sauce? What do you call it?
Gravy. Gravy.
Does it have to have meat in it to be gravy?
No, doesn't have to have meat. I'm going to tell you. My cousin owned Ozzy's restaurant on Passyunk Avenue for 40 years. And he can tell you exactly. Sauce is used when you use marinara sauce, and that's a different type of gravy. It has the seeds and the skin in there. When you're making mussels or stuff like that. The northern part of Italy is the one who calls it, majority of them call it sauce. The southern portion is gravy, and here in South Philadelphia, we call it gravy.
You got southern Italy. All right, Sicily is you can't get any more south. It's a little west too. It's a little off to the side. But Sicily, all the southern parts of Italy and the southern part of Philadelphia, that's why we call it gravy, because we are the real Italian and Italian Americans.
When you come up here, I'll send you down with a few jars to take down Florida with you.
I think we got tomatoes down here. We got gardens. Come on, man. We're just living in the... I'm planting I grow my own stuff. Now, I don't talk about weed. I don't grow my own here. I don't need to buy weed here. Everybody smokes weed everywhere. So you're just going to contact high no matter where you live anymore.
Owns his own grocery store. He has all sorts of great stuff.
What do you got? You got canned stuff or you're using fresh tomatoes?
No, we go to the farm and pick plum tomatoes in Jersey. Now, by far, Jersey tomatoes are the best tasting tomatoes in the country. The only one close to that is California. Jersey tomatoes is the only thing you can really use for jarring gravy. Or right, California. You can't use Jersey. You can't use Florida tomatoes. They're not really sweet or anything like that. I was in the food business all my life, though. All my life.
Now, Dom Giordano did not own Giordano's down there in 9th and Washington. That's not his. I don't believe that's his family, is it?
Yeah, I believe they just sold it. The family, Giordano, just sold it.
Well, I know my tomatoes, and I know there's a lot of hot tomatoes down here, too, and I'm not talking about sauce either, if you know what I mean. So,
it's a pleasure, and when you come up here, like I said, I'll treat you all that stuff, and if your wife wants to come up here or whoever wants to come up here, I'll show them the process. We was in the food business for 50 years, me and my brothers.
Well, that's the only process I trusted. I never trusted the 76ers process. And I was one of the few and first guys in Philly to say the process stinks. But when you process, and by the way, 91 Sixer says, does this row home lifer stomp his own grapes as well? Now, do you buy the juice, the grape juice, and then make your own wine? You don't stomp the grapes, do you there?
No, we don't stomp the grapes no more. We have all the equipment. Matter of fact, there's a vineyard in Jersey that just opened up. A friend of mine got involved with it, and they have the machine that breaks the grapes from the stem. The machine does it all, and then the juice comes out. But I get the juice because I'm 73 years old, so and my sons they get the grapes. They grind the grapes.
I know a lot of people do that. We have friends here in Florida, who are from Italy, and they now still get the grape juice, and then they make their own wine. But a lot of homemade wines stink. Some of them are good, though. But there's always a lot of people who think their homemade wine's the best, and then you open it up, and it's like vinegar. You know what I'm saying? And you got to do it right. You got to do it right.
Well,
right,
I'll
Robin?
tell you what.
Absolutely.
Hey, Tony, I'll tell you what. Ask Dan or ask Dom or ask Dawn. I gave her some of that gravy that we make, but the wine itself, I make the white. I make a Pinot Grigio white, and then I also make the red.
You're making me hungry over here. It's lunchtime.
Seriously.
Now I want a nice. I don't want any supersad. All I want is a nice hoagie. I need a hoagie.
A hoagie, I can give you the best hoagies to turn around and get when you come up here, Tony. I've been, like I said, I've been in the food business for 50 years, Tony. It doesn't matter. I know all the places that make the hoagies, the steaks, and I know what goes in. I'll tell you what. I give it a trivia question to all your audience out there. Who put the first slice of cheese on the cheesesteak? Name me the person that put the first slice of cheese on the cheesesteak.
I know it was Pat Olivero.
No, it wasn't him.
His brother? Because Pat's, I believe, was the first, and then he sprung off and he had the Olivero steakhouses, cheesesteak stores. Who was the first one?
I'm going to give you a short story. Okay, not very short story. The Oliveris, Pat and Harry, did not put the first slice of cheese on the steak. It was one of the two brothers that started cooking the steak, but it was another guy, and he was related. He was my wife's uncle that actually put the first slice of cheese on the cheesesteak. And it's proven. I can prove it. You can look in the Rojo magazine, or you can look in the Inquirer, Daily News Bulletin, and they interviewed Frank Oliveri a few years ago.
That's what I said. All right, hey, I appreciate this stuff, man. Now you made me hungry. Now I got to work till 3:00, and then I got to go up to the lot to make sure my cabinets are getting installed. But thanks for the call, man. Really appreciate it. Love talking South Philly stuff because that's what I am, and that's what he is. I thought MD 2020, no, not the banana. No. Anyway, a lot of people are responding. It's great to be here. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin. We'll be here today, tomorrow, and Friday, noon to 3, filling in for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
IT problems don't just slow business productivity. They can cause serious security risks. Computrex delivers comprehensive managed IT solutions for efficiency and peace of mind, providing proactive monitoring, rapid issue resolution, and robust cybersecurity. Computrex is your reliable partner for seamless IT operations. Computrex, empowering your business through expert IT support. Call 610-415-0539. COMPUTREX, 4, U.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous.
So we did commit to riding next year.
July 21st, yes. Grab this tape because we're going to hold you accountable for this.
And Michael and David.
They're going to take one of those bikes you get on the boardwalk.
Yeah.
Believe me, Michael and David could, you know what I mean? When you're like in high school and college, it's like
they're going to pedal you.
Yeah.
You sit back in like the lounge area.
Yep.
Yeah, right?
You could stream something, sip an Arnold Palmer, and let the boys pedal you.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
1210 WPHT, Dom Giordano program. Now, Henry, I know Dom never takes off. We'll get into that in the next hour, too. He never takes a day off, but he's taken 3 days off. Is something up? We will explore that in the next hour coming up after 1 o'clock. But right now, we bring in a man who now probably is too important to even come on this show, to even acknowledge my existence on this planet as a fill-in host. He's got a #1 book out, and people respect him in the city because he's a law enforcement guy who cares about law and order. Retired Sergeant Mark Fusetti, who joins us right now with the latest developments on the verdict in Philadelphia today. Mark, thanks for popping on for a couple.
All right. Anytime, Tony. I'm never ever be too important to talk to my man, Tony, my fellow ball guy.
Thank you, man. Thank you. So give us the latest on the verdict, and then we'll talk about your book, too. I got to pimp the book.
Yeah, I just heard. So the guy, I don't even like giving their names, 75 years for shooting Corporal O'Connor. That is the most dangerous for people that don't really know law enforcement, especially Philly SWAT. They are the elite of elite. You know, every agency around the country will say their people are, but Philly SWAT is truly top notch. And For this guy, what it was luck. We actually talk about it, a lot where, it's called a fatal funnel. You're just coming down a situation, a stairwell, a hallway where, there's all they need to do is just take a chance at you, and they'll probably succeed most times. And that's what happened. This coward just shot through a wall. Unfortunately, took a life of a good man. I didn't know him personally, but anything I've heard of him was nothing but high praise. And thankfully, this guy will never see the light of day. Thank the Lord.
Now, has Krasner already called for this guy's release?
No, I'm sure, and I'm sure that'll happen eventually. It's crazy because I just went through this, as everybody knows, with former officer Mark Dial last week, and his situation that never should have happened, by the way, and it was just Krasner mad. He wanted to ruin this kid's life forever. But mind you, Krasner has countless times, and I can go through several different cases where a murder suspect who just killed for whatever reason, where he would sympathize with them, talk about their upbringing, and, weigh all those decisions where it's just, you scratch your head at times, like, what is his goal? I just don't understand it, but I'm sure there will be no press conference with the people in their assigned standing areas talking about what a great day this is for the justice system, that a cold-blooded murderer is going to be behind bars for hopefully the rest of their life. You won't see that.
No, not at all. No. And then when he does, he'll stand up there and blame Trump again, like he always does, like Trump has anything to do with what's going on in Philadelphia. So, I mean, he's still going to spin that thing, and he's probably going to win re-election again. For how many terms? Because, it's interesting, though, Mark, that in the United States, there are only 13 states, I believe, that 37 states do not allow a governor to serve 3 consecutive terms. You got Pritzker in Illinois, who's running for his 3rd term. But in Pennsylvania, even Josh Shapiro can't run for 3 consecutive terms. Yet the DA in Philadelphia can run forever, right? He could keep running for DA every time a term is up. Is there any limit on how many times he can run?
Nope. He has no limit. He answers to nobody. It is truly one of the most powerful positions in the city. And the reason he will stay there probably forever, unless somebody starts throwing big money at him for something, is he gets to play God.
Yep.
He gets to decide who goes to jail. Not judges. People think, blame the judge this, that, blame that judge for that, whatever. They have their flaws as well. But Krasner decides who gets charged, who doesn't get charged, decides what to charge these certain criminals with. With Officer Dial. He charged him with first-degree murder. He knew that wasn't a first-degree murder. Do you think he would charge anybody, like a random shooting on the street of, somebody? No, he wouldn't charge them first-degree murder, knowing it wasn't really a first-degree murder. And he does that to Officer Dial, puts him through hell for the last 2 years, knowing it wasn't a murder. And it took the judge to come out and say, this is bullshit, basically. If you could be a fly on the wall in his chambers, I'm sure he was like, what is this guy doing? But that's what Krasner does. And he could stay in there and play God and ruin lives, save lives of criminals for as long as he wants. And again, you just look at the numbers, everybody. It drives me nuts. Over 3,000 people died under his watch.
Is that even in San Francisco, where they had another Soros-installed DA, and L.A., another Soros. They both recall those guys.
In Philadelphia,
Larry Krasner is the only district attorney in the United States of America that can't be recalled or removed from office in any way, shape, or form.
They removed that option in Philadelphia.
I know.
There is no recall option for somebody as officer.
How does that happen in a democracy or in a republic or whatever the hell we are right now?
And it's a shame because, you had Lynn Abraham in the past, Seth Williams, who I like, and, people are mixed on Seth. But the fact of the matter is, under Seth, the city was as safe as it's ever been.
Yeah,
they're standing up there, they stand up there and talk about numbers are down, crime is down. When numbers are coming down from historic levels back to high levels, that's not something to brag about. And also know this, so people really understand, crime is not down. People reporting crime is down because I come out to my car tonight and my windows are all broken out and everything's stolen out of it. What am I calling the cops for? They're not going to find the person ever. No. My insurance is just going to go up, so I'm not calling. That's what's going on. Same with store thefts, the whole 9 yards. People just don't. People get jumped, beat, robbed. They don't call anymore because they have lost faith. Even if there's a remote chance they find the person, Krasner's not putting him in jail or her.
Exactly.
It's not happening. And the
other thing that's remarkable,
why numbers
Mark,
are down.
The other thing that's really more, Philadelphia has become the Brinks armor car robbery capital of the world. Have you ever seen more Brinks jobs? Remember back in the day when it was impossible to jack a Brinks armor truck? Now it's like happening almost every day.
Tony, this is astonishing. I mean, this is 1960 mafia level. Like, it's the Latanza heist in Northeast Philly every week. And this isn't new. This has been going on for a couple of years now. I don't know if people remember when they hit the U.S. Mint, there was dimes in a truck, like hundreds of thousands of dollars in the truck that they hit and stole that, and meat. I don't know what kind of meat there's, trucking around up here, but they just stole $300,000 worth of meat. The armor trucks, the millions of dollars. Like this is insanity. I would love to know what's going on with that.
The last one, Mark, and I appreciate you coming. Last one is the fountain on the Parkway with the swans. They can't operate it because somebody stole the copper tubing that feeds the turtles on the Parkway. People are stealing copper all over the country, out of light fixtures, out of the parks in Philadelphia. How do you go in and take stuff that, forget about it, that's not, it is nailed down. This stuff is underwater. It's feeding the fountains on the Parkway, and copper thieves are getting in there and pulling out the copper. They're doing it everywhere.
It's not like that's a quick snatch and grab.
No, exactly.
That takes some time.
It's not like the railing at the at the club on Broad Street. Remember the guy put his truck,
towed it away.
The copper railing or the bronze railing in front of the Union League.
The Union League. He was walking down the street with it. People had him on video. And, somebody should hire these guys because when we were in the warrant unit going into crack house and all, we would catch people in there going through the piping, and they're so efficient. They do it so quickly. It's like, what? You could be hired in a union doing great demolition work, making money.
Exactly.
Here you are, just stealing and getting pennies on a dollar because they're not paying. These recycling places know what's the deal. Like, all right, this guy, coming in looking like Bubbles from The Wire. Like, all right, I'm not giving him any money.
Hey, before you go, really quick, I just downloaded your book, Philly Warrant Unit. It's available on Amazon. I got it. It's now on Kindle, which means that I can read it wherever.
And it's #1 already, right?
Yes, it's amazing.
Yeah, a couple categories.
Philly Warrant Unit. It's written by yourself and Tristan Kilgallen. Excuse me.
Yep.
I'm very excited to start reading it now that I have it on Kindle because I don't do real books anymore. I mean hardcover. I do Kindle only.
Well, Mark,
I
always
appreciate
great.
it. We can make some money from that too, so we appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mark Fussetti, ladies and gentlemen, with the latest on what's going on in Philly, and of course his book. But we didn't really pimp the book. I mean, we had breaking news on another conviction or another guy actually getting justice when justice is deserved. So anyway, that's what's going on. We got to take a break. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, coming up 2 more hours on The Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Come into Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus, where everyone pays what employees pay. It might as well be Christmas in July. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xe for only $289 a month for 24 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $459 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios. Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
In the words of the immortal Greg Stocker, it's Wednesday here on the Dom Giordano program. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, happy to be filling in from beautiful Southwest Florida, where the temperature is 95, but the humidity is 108. But it's a wet heat. So when you sweat, you just get hosed off, like we used to do growing up in the city of Philadelphia.
It's a moist heat.
It's very moist, as they say.
Moist.
Want to thank everybody joining us on YouTube, on the YouTube chat. Don't forget, smash that like button, subscribe, and call in. The phone number, 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. No unnecessary zeros in there for people like Robin, who always say zero instead of O.
Also, when I write it, instead of writing just a circle, I do a circle with a line through it if it's a zero.
Yeah, that's the number. It's 10, right? If you put, it's a capital 10, right? When you're putting down a zero instead of O, the letter O.
Right. Because when you're writing down and you want to make sure that somebody knows that it is a zero, you put a line through it.
Now, there's a lot going on, obviously. We got stuff going on in Philly. We've got stuff going on. Eagles training camp is open and that kind of stuff. If you want to keep a chart of how many balls were dropped in practice when a ball was thrown, and nobody really cares if a ball was dropped or if it's overthrown or underthrown. But that's what media has to do when they go to training camp. I've been to a million of them. And you sit there and you write a note down, Jalen Hurts not looking too good. He overthrew a wide open receiver on Broad Street today. What are we going to do now? We have to start making some moves. Howie, get some trades going. But anyway, we got important news. The Hunter Biden thing. I think he's stopped doing podcasts for the last couple of days. But we've got stuff going on in D.C. and there's so many media people who are no longer working for the so-called legacy media, who aren't doing their jobs. But you know who are doing their jobs? The independent media people who used to be working for major corporations that all basically have sold in either for the left or the right-wing agenda, that whichever one they want to promote. But the bottom line is, Catherine Herridge, who worked at Fox for a long, long time, and then worked for CBS before they got rid of her, is now doing real journalism, as she always has.
Right.
And she now has over 1 million followers on her X account because people know that if they see Catherine Herridge as one of the reporters,
you know it's real.
You know that the stuff that she's presenting is not hearsay. It's not coming from some politician's office. It's from actual documents,
right?
Actual, real documents, not phony baloney stuff, not dossiers.
You will never hear her utter the same regurgitated lines that are being fed to the rest of the media.
Exactly, and those are the kinds of people. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff all over X. And unfortunately, a lot of people get their news from X. And Greg Stocker once said, not everybody gets their news from X, I believe one of his drops.
Well, you know who else does not have regurgitated lines? We have another caller.
How do you know he doesn't regurgitate any lines?
I have faith in Lenny and Pittman.
Let's go to Lenny in Pittman, New Jersey. Lenny, what's going on this afternoon?
Good afternoon. I'd like to start out by first saying rest in peace, Ozzy Osbourne.
Absolutely. Yeah, we have to play a little Ozzy today. I know it was yesterday and it happened during the day, but, I was listening this morning on Kale and Company, and, of course, the great Phil Almquist, who is really a musical genius when it comes to knowledge. I said this yesterday when I first found out. I'm trying to think of families of artists, rock and roll artists, or any kind of musical family that has had more impact than Ozzy Osbourne and his family, his wife, his daughter, his son. When you look, and obviously they had a reality show, but a lot of people had reality shows, and they didn't have individual successes like Ozzy and his family.
In different areas.
In different areas, yeah. For example, his son is a paranormal investigator. He's an artist. His daughter is famous. His wife is very famous. And Ozzy Osbourne, one of those rare guys. I mean, there's been a lot of kooky rock and roll people with acts. I heard him talking about. I remember back in the day when the Who first started, they would end their concerts by smashing their guitars, right? That was one of their shticks. Ozzy, the thing with the bat, that wasn't something that he planned. Somebody threw a bat up.
Yeah, and he thought it was a fake bat.
He thought it was a fake bat, and he bit it. So the whole thing about, eating a bat on stage, he was just a quirky guy. And at 76, we saw him, deteriorate when, he had Alzheimer's, right?
Yeah.
That's what he battled for the last couple of years. Parkinson's, I'm sorry. And those are those are those kinds of illnesses, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, that you see people slowly devolving, sadly, until we get a cure for either one. I mean, there's a lot of forms of cancer that are now, you can be safe from. Leukemia is a classic example. My dad died of leukemia back in the 60s. Nobody knew what to do. It was just
not
blood
a death
test.
sentence anymore.
It was a death sentence.
Yeah.
Now people, they find out early. Prostate cancer, if you find out early, you can be saved by that. But a lot of men don't want to get tested, and that's what you have to do. But the bottom line is Ozzy Osbourne is in a class by himself. A lot of great musicians, but to me, they are the first family of rock and roll, or whatever you want to call that genre of music. To me, it was rock and roll.
Absolutely. If I could just tell a quick story. I was the oldest of 7 kids. I was the first one to bring heavy metal music in the house. My mother sent my dad down telling me that she heard me playing Black Sabbath backwards, and I was listening to the devil. And I asked my dad, I told my dad you couldn't play a record backwards. When he was berating me, I told him to go get one of his Dean Martin records. Let's play that backwards. And as they say, end of story. So
right. If you do play Dean Martin songs backwards, you sober up. I mean, you get drunk. When he does That's Amore, and you start drinking wine. But if you back up the song and That's Amore, you will hear Dean putting down the drink and refusing a second glass.
You're the best,
the Beatles. That was the Beatles album, right? The the album where you play it backwards? That wasn't Ozzy Osbourne.
The White Album, yeah.
The White Album, if you played it backwards, the number 9 would come up. Number 9, number 9, number 9.
Paul is dead. Paul, yeah. Listen, real quickly, if I could. We're in a society now where I can remember growing up. If you put your hands on the cop, they took you down the station, whipped your ass, and that was the end of the story. Now today, I just can't believe. I watched them. Vans go by, and guys are standing there throwing rocks. When's it going to be legal for a cop to defend himself and open that car door and start using that 9mm? Because this crap is getting to be totally out of control with just being able to abuse people. And I'm going to tell you right now, this Barack stuff, with all this being undercover, we all knew that years ago, but I'm going to tell you how bad we've gotten. You could show people documentation that he did this. He'll play the race card, and we'll start burning cities down. That's just what's going to happen.
No, you're absolutely. That's the reason why. I mean, they're never going to put Barack Obama in jail.
No,
even if he admits it.
He's a party organizer.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure. Come on.
And obviously, he's still angry, that Hillary lost when he propped her up, and she lost she was supposed to win easily. And so they went after Trump. We know the history. I mean, they're still going after Trump. Now, CNN is running videos of Trump with Epstein back in the day at a Victoria's Secret show.
And everybody already knew. He was a member of Mar-a-Lago, and Trump threw him out when he found out that he was a pervert and was going after
people who don't want to know the facts or don't want to hear both sides of any story, they've made up their minds. And so now the fake news media, and Trump is right about the fake, CNN, MSNBC, they are running. I mean, we know Sean Hannity runs interference for Trump. I mean, he's a mouthpiece for the Republicans. I get that. So you pick and choose which mouthpieces you want to hear. But the fact that CNN is still running to try to get Trump linked to Epstein is just pathetic stuff. It's even worse than Colbert, because at least Colbert was supposed to be a late-night comedy show, which it wasn't.
Yes.
And they're only
Robin,
mad.
this is for you, and I want to thank you for giving me the accolades at the beginning, Lenny. I'm not going to let you down on this statement. Could you imagine them raiding Barack Obama's mansion and going through Michelle's panty drawer? They probably find briefs.
Exactly right. And not those
exactly
kinds of
right. Okay, guys. Take care.
I appreciate the call. Thanks for checking in.
Appreciate you. Bye.
Thank you. Wow.
We have another caller that's on
Well, we have
hold,
to take a
but we have
break,
to
though,
take a
Rob.
break, so we'll come to Joe after the break.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It is 1:19 on a Wednesday afternoon, the middle of summer. The Christmas in July, is that over yet or has that started? I know they do Christmas in July. Is that a set date? Is it the 25th? Is it this Friday? I don't know. These are the questions that I want answers to. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin in here for Dom Giordano. The great Rich Cioli coming up at 3 o'clock. Will there be a crossover? Will Rich question. And I speak face-to-face, voice-to-voice for the first time ever? I know it's hard to believe. Rich Cioli and I go back and forth on social media. I listen to his show. I love his stuff. He's an emerging star. Not emerging. He's already a star.
We were in the same stadium.
Yes.
Aisles apart and did not realize it.
Yeah. We were both in Clearwater 2 years ago, not this past spring, the spring before, 2024. And we're sitting there in the same section watching a Phillies exhibition game up there at Clearwater at the ballpark. And then I find out later that Rich Cioli was in the same row and didn't say hi to me or even acknowledge. I don't think he knew I was there.
I think he was just 2 rows behind us.
And he was with his dad. So from that moment on, that was my closest brush with Rich Cioli here in Florida. Hard to believe, Henry, is it not?
Oh, well.
That we have never actually met face-to-face, have never actually had a conversation other than on social media or on text messaging. How can that happen in this day and age?
It's very hard to believe. It honestly is. Like, not even like a FaceTime or anything, a Zoom call even.
Nothing.
Yeah, we gotta get this going.
Not even a personal visit when he comes down to Florida to stop. Now, he is invited to come to the new Paradiso Bruno, which is soon to open. We may have to have a big 12-10 party down here. How about that, Robin?
Ooh, that would be good.
Right on the water, right? Got to wait till hurricane season ends, though. I don't want to mess up. I don't want people coming down here for hurricane
Now that would be a party.
Yes, I mean, we don't drink hurricanes. It's the worst drink ever made, by the way.
Yeah. Oof.
If you go to New Orleans, you go to Pat O'Brien's, the Hurricane.
Do not get drunk on hurricanes.
The absolute worst cocktail ever concocted.
For one thing, there's a lot of sugar in it because there's so much all the different alcohols and then whatever sugary drink that I think it's grenadine that makes it red.
Oh yeah.
And let me tell you, if you get drunk on hurricanes, when it comes up, it looks like blood. It's just not a good idea.
It's garbage. By the way, now Road Warrior checking in, and he says, I don't know why everyone at 1210 is afraid to mention Gina Haspel protecting these documents in the 45 administration. All of these people in government protect each other. It doesn't matter whether they're Democrats or Republicans. The Republicans are slime balls too. They decided to go home early for the month of August. They took their break early and said, let's get the hell out of here. So you're not going to see me pimping for either party. I don't represent a party, except, of course, not a Diddy party. I've never been to one of those. Not an open house party, and I've had a lot of those. And I've appeared on open house parties on Friday nights on many radio stations, playing the good hits from the past. Speaking of hits from the past, we got a little Ozzy being mixed in today by the great Hank Machete.
And we also have another caller, Joe in Columbus.
Columbus, Ohio?
He wanted to say hi.
Or on Columbus Boulevard or Columbus Square or in front of the Columbus statue, which still stands thanks to the lawsuits against that scumbag Jim Kenney, who was hiding somewhere and has not been seen since he was run out of town in the last election. What's going on, Joe?
How about Columbus, New Jersey, Paisan? What do you say?
Beautiful, man. Beautiful. Where is Columbus, New Jersey? Where is Columbus, New Jersey?
It's in northern Burlington County.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. See, there's a Columbus everywhere. Just like there's what's the town in South Park?
That's Springfield.
Yes, there's a Springfield in every city, in every county. There's a Springfield Township, Springfield City. I think Springfield probably is more states than any other name. I could
Tony,
be wrong.
to be honest with you,
yes.
To be honest with you, my township is actually called Springfield, but it's so small. There's like 2,000 residents. The closest post office is the town, the village, the hamlet of Columbus.
I did not know that.
Yeah, everybody knows Columbus. Nobody knows Springfield. The Columbus Farmers Market is in Springfield Township. Tony, me and you follow each other on Facebook. I'm the aforementioned Joe Ricciani you mentioned earlier in your show.
Oh, Joe Ricciani, Italiano. Now, yeah, me and Road Warrior can ride bikes down 95. I mean, Road Warrior, he hasn't been very friendly to me. You know what I mean? The guy comes after me. I don't know what his thing is. I know that the Zioli Army people, for some reason, don't share the love that I share for Rich Zioli. They don't share that with me. I don't know why. I'm not paranoid or anything. I don't need affirmation at this point in my life. I'm just enjoying it. I take it day to day.
We question
you
rationale.
You know what? Zioli better transition with you. And as far as the baseball thing goes, Rich doesn't know baseball from backgammon. So don't take that personal.
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
Rich knows baseball.
He didn't say hi because he was trying to figure out what the hell is going on out there.
No, come on, man. Rich is a superstar. I'm just a fill-in guy now. I've had my days in the sun.
You know what? I said this to another fill-in, but you're right there with him. Mike Opalka, you're the best pinch hitter since Manny Mota.
Thank you, sir. Well, how about some of the great Philly pinch hitters from back in the day? You got to go Manny Mota with the Dodgers. I mean, he was one of the great pinch hitters of all time. But don't forget some of the great Philly pinch hitters.
Tony, I grew up with a good one. He was literally a 300 pinch hitter. A guy by the name of Steve Braun.
Exactly.
He has you remember him?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a baseball historian.
He has World Series rings with the Cardinals and the Kansas City Royals. So what I wanted to tell you was, first of all, thank you for having Mark Fusetti on. That was a great, great guest. And also, the Obamas, in my opinion, are the most subversive family to ever enter or influence what we were taught about the American dream. He was groomed well before he came to, and prepared well before he came to Washington.
Well, no, he actually wasn't. I mean, he came out of nowhere. Remember, he was a community organizer in Chicago, and he's not even from there. So he laid his roots in Chicago, and then you had the whole situation with the political strife in Chicago, and then he had a guy put in jail. Remember, the guy who was the governor went to jail. I mean, pretty much every governor of Illinois or every mayor of Chicago eventually goes to jails at one time or another. Because let's be honest, Chicago politics probably the most dirty political crime area in the history of Chicago, going back to the Great Fire.
You're talking about Rod
Blagojevich. Rod Blagojevich was set up by Barack Obama to go to jail so that he could get into politics. Mm-hmm. And then he became a state senator, and he was slick and he was well rehearsed. And I give him credit, man. But guess what? He won election twice. So don't tell me that the country's racist when they elected this guy and then reelected him to a second term. So nobody hated Barack Obama. It's just like Bill Clinton. When Bill Clinton came onto the scene, remember we had late night shows that would put him on playing. It was Arsenio Hall put him on Arsenio Hall, back when late night television was funny and had comics, they would bring a guy like Bill Clinton on to play the saxophone, and that's how politicians endeared themselves to voters, people who didn't even know who Bill Clinton was, even in Arkansas, for God's sake. So that's the difference between then and now. Now, the Colberts and the Kimmels and all these late-night frauds, they all read from the same script. They're all Trump haters, which is fine. They can hate Trump all they want, but to suggest that Donald Trump somehow was responsible for Colbert's $40 million a year losses when all he did was bring on sycophants that were promoting Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and then it's calling it bipartisan. This woman from NPR calling it a bipartisan late night show. None of these shows are bipartisan. Even Gutfeld, he flat out says he's a Trump supporter, but he has like 3 writers, and his jokes are 100 times better than anything you'll see on late night. So that's the thing about it. You can like whatever you want, but to suggest that the government somehow, that the president of the United States is getting comics canceled, did they forget about comedians being canceled, going to live shows in this country if they criticized Obama? Remember, if you didn't have the same mentality, if you did a joke, remember that guy who was the guy that was the rodeo clown wearing an Obama mask?
Yes.
That guy was crucified.
But Tony,
there was a guy who was at a rodeo and he had an Obama mask on. They put that guy on death row, for God's sake.
Tony, can I throw something in there in the interim?
Absolutely.
Somebody enabled this guy to go from that super fly looking, cool cigarette smoking guy or Newport smoking guy, and enabled him to have all the confidence he had, and reinvented him with that fatherly. I don't even know what you want to call it, that fatherly image that he went from Chicago to Washington with. I mean, you couldn't make a better AI influence than what they made this guy into.
No, and again, he was slick and he was smooth and he was good, and he had good messaging, and you're right. That's why he won. But he was reelected. He was reelected to 2 terms. But then when he left and he put Hillary up there first and she lost, that's when he went haywire. That's when they decided that this guy, Trump, has to be stopped. They all went on television, said he'll never be president. Remember those? He'll never be president of the United States. And when he won, they were trying to find ways to not just to admit that he won, because it was pretty convincing. It was how he won, and they're still crying about that today. And since then, they put Joe Biden up, who was incompetent and inept and basically lost in space, and now they're mad about that Trump won again in convincing fashion. So that's the problem. They just hate Trump, and they don't care what he does. They just want the guy gone. And you tell me what he's done. I want to know one thing that Donald Trump has done. And I'm not a Trump honk. I don't have MAGA in my account. I want America to be great. But the bottom line is Donald Trump is not taking away anyone's right. You tell me one right that people have lost since he's been president. Tell me one right. The gay people not allowed to go out and have gay pride events? No. Do politicians do talk show hosts that can't rip him to CNN and MSNBC not rip him 24/7 and carry water for all of those who want him out? Of course not. So don't tell me they're being censored. Obama spied on journalists like James Rosen. They spied on the Associated Press, and they're still carrying water for him. The Associated Press of all organizations.
And Tony, I keep pointing back to the time that Obama initially lost his composure was that Saturday Night Live thing where he had that drop the mic. If Donald Trump ever thinks he's going to be, president, that's when he started. He knew that the tide was turning against him. And that's the only time he comes out, when he knows that, oh my God, they might be on to me. But what I wanted to close with was, I want to thank you for making my post-election day. You were on with Dawn and Kale, and I was at a red light, and you called in the midst of all your dissertation. I'm at a red light, and you called John Bon Jovi a beautiful lesbian, and I could not see. I was laughing so hard.
Come on. You'll be hard-pressed to find a lipstick lesbian. any more attractive than John Bon Jovi. Now, I don't mean like the hardcore butch lesbians, and I love lesbians. I learned from lesbians. So I'm not gay bashing. I don't care what your sexual preference is, who you sleep with. I don't care about any of that stuff. But John Bon Jovi is a beautiful lesbian.
He was more than a pretty boy. And that was the culmination to my day after celebration, and I want to thank you for that.
Well, thank you, Joe. I just try to have fun, and that's what I do. To me, life is to enjoy, because you never know what's going to happen. I mean, look at people just dropping dead every day. You don't know when you're going to go. And so that's why when I see somebody drown, I see, celebrities, because that's what we hear about. We know our family members who die. We know friends and family members who die, and we mourn their losses. But when a celebrity dies and you're shocked, nobody was shocked that Ozzy Osbourne died, because we knew, he was deteriorating, and they had that big show for him just a couple of weeks ago.
Jamal Warner was a shocker.
Malcolm Jamal Warner drowning in Costa Rica, that's a shocker. Those things are shockers, even though he's 54. Yeah, exactly. You never know what's going to happen. So that's what I do at this point in my life at 73 years of age. I just want to live my life to the fullest and try to be happy every day. I don't look for negativity. I look for things that make me happy. Because when you find things that make you happy or laugh, then you have a better day. Right, Robin?
Absolutely.
And when I don't find things that make me happy,
then
what
I'm
happens?
not happy either.
And Robin's not happy either. But I never raise a hand to Robin. I may scold her occasionally. I may...
you raise your voice.
But I don't raise my hand.
No.
And
never raise my hand.
It's because you're from Philly.
It's pretty good medicine you guys prescribe.
Well, thank you. The check, by the way, that's a $45 copay for today's session. And by the way, I just had an injection, a cortisone injection in my knee a month ago. And guess how much they charged me for that? $45.17 now. They tack on 17 cents as a tax to have a cortisone injection. Joe, I got to run, man, but I appreciate you checking in today, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Miss Robin.
Thank you very much. Did you know that $45.17, Robin?
Yes.
For a cortisone injection.
That's 17 cents.
Where does that go? I'm looking for a doctor to tell me why it's 17 cents tacked on now.
What's even worse is that you paid your $45 copay and they didn't charge you the 17 cents. So they sent another bill just for that 17 cents. Yeah.
Oh, something's up with that then.
At least it wasn't in the mail. At least it was electronic, so we didn't have to waste stamps and stuff. All right, we got to take a break. It's Tony Bruno for Miss Robin. We're having fun. It's Wednesday on Talk Radio 1210 see, I almost said WCAU, WPHT.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to My Computer Career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It works for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Dawn Stensland here with exciting news from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and your dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop online, piazzaacura.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with the paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text CLEAN to 323232. That's CLEAN to 323232. Text CLEAN to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on costs, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Humidity levels will begin to increase across the Delaware Valley today. It'll be partly sunny with a high temperature up around 86. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low of around 70 for the city and cooler in the suburbs. And for Thursday, hot and humid with a mixture of sunshine and clouds and a high near 90.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Wednesday afternoon, beautiful day in the neighborhood. Won't you be my neighbor? Well, you can if you get a house for like $300,000 down here. Not a bad place to be. You know what I'm saying? Yes, on the Marcus Aurelius checks in on my Twitter feed at Tony Bruno Show. You can follow me on Twitter, X, and Miss Robin at Tony Bruno Show, at Miss Robin Austin. On the Beverly Hillbillies, Jethro always used to say naught instead of zero. You remember that?
Oh, yes. That's an old school thing.
Naught. Yes.
Hey, Tony, before the break, we were just talking about Obama and Hillary Clinton. And one of the things that was just declassified by Tulsi Gabbard today was a 2020 intelligence report where it talks about the Russians. They actually expected Hillary to win.
Right.
And they were waiting until she won to leak the following information to the media that the Soviet, so this was redacted. The Soviet Union possessed DNC communications that Clinton was suffering from intensified psycho-emotional problems, including uncontrolled fits of anger, aggression, and cheerfulness.
Who, Hillary?
Yes. Clinton was placed on a daily regimen of heavy tranquilizers, and while afraid of losing, she remained obsessed with a thirst for power.
Well, who doesn't know that?
Yeah.
She's still crying every day.
But remember that incident where she almost fell over and they had to lift her up into the van? She was at some event.
Right.
And she,
remember she gets to the van and she basically collapses and they have to throw her in there like a side of beef.
So that was probably a side effect of all these tranquilizers that she was on.
By the way, the story I mentioned earlier, Eric Menendez, remember the Menendez brothers were trying to get out of jail after killing their family, and now it's a long gone thing. The story was earlier that he suffered a heart attack, but apparently he had a kidney stone.
Oh.
Would be a kidney stone.
Ouch.
And that's the reason they're going to get him out of there?
It's a heck of
he
a
went to the
stone.
hospital.
I know that, but that's, well, you have to go. I don't think they have kidney stone. I don't think they have a...
If they have
Well,
like
they could put liquids in you. They could bring a machine in to get rid of the kidney stone.
They thought it was something else, and it was a 911 event. So
Exactly.
there is news, Tony. There's more local news that we were talking about during the break, which I would like to get your reaction on.
Go ahead.
In New Jersey, parents have learned that their children are going to have to walk up to 2 miles in what district is this? This is the Woolwich Township.
Woolwich Township.
So they used to have courtesy busing for students from 3rd to 5th grade, and they are no longer going to have that.
So they're going to have to walk to and from school uphill
Both
ways in the snow with their shoes
Yes.
rubbed off on the bottom.
The reason why, one, this school district, they don't have enough money, and so this is one way to cut the budget. And two,
Where's Governor Murphy? I mean, he's got lots of booze in his late night casino romps in New Jersey.
Here's the thing. They're not just having them walk willy-nilly. There's a whole path that was created for them so that it's safe for them to walk to school. But the parents are up in arms. I'm like, what happened to parents that were saying, when we were young, we had to walk 10 miles, like you just said, uphill both ways in the snow. 2 miles? That's it?
I really did that when I was growing up.
Oh, so did I.
Not 2 miles. It was about a mile each way.
Oh, I had to ride my bike like 5 miles every day.
Well, you didn't grow up in a city, Robin. Did you grow up in South Philly?
No, but I mean,
Did you have to walk from
had to go
Broad
into
and
the
Mifflin
city.
to all the way to Broad and Ellsworth?
There's
In the
sidewalk.
snow uphill both ways when they didn't, well, they cleaned the streets back then. I mean, that's different. Anyway, you're right. But the other story that's out in New Jersey,
Well, but I mean, what do you think of this? Do you think this is a big deal? Do you think that
I think if they already had it before, why would they lose that now? I keep hearing that, the teachers want more money. Well, the teachers' unions want more money, right?
Right.
And the teachers' unions should be all abolished, with all due respect, because the only people who make, and I'm a union guy, so I'm not anti-union. The only people who make money are the leaders of the teachers' unions. Like that hag, the one that looks like a dude, and then the other screaming lady. There's the NEA, and then there's the, what's her name?
Yeah. I can picture her.
Becky
I just can't
Pringle?
think of her name.
No, Becky Pringle's the NEA, but then there's the other one who looks like a dude.
Randy Weingarten.
Yeah, Randy Weingarten. They make like $500,000 a year.
Yes.
And all they do is they take the dues from their union memberships and
put
then
them in
give
their
it to the Democrats. That's what they do. And I don't care who they give their money to. But the same thing with NPR. NPR doesn't have one person who's not a Democrat working for them. But now at least they have to go. They have plenty of tote bags now. So if you want to get a tote bag from NPR now, you're going to have to up the ante. You're not getting one for just a 5-pack of CDs from who was the guy who did the pan flute? Remember that guy?
Oh, Zamfir.
Zamfir. Now, if you have, when NPR breaks now every 20 seconds, so they can go to pimp their tote bags and the Zamfir collection of CDs and DVDs, you're going to have to up. You don't have to pay like $2,000 now for a tote bag in the Zamfir collection. You know what I mean?
But back to the walking to school.
Yes.
Am I a horrible parent to think that no, I think it's great for kids. I think that they should.
It depends on where they are, Robin. If they're walking in a city,
No, this is
I'm rural New Jersey? Where in New Jersey? I know.
Like rural, because I'm looking at photographs and this looks like a nice neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. Good suburb, yeah.
Yeah, it's a suburb. And they have a really nice walkway, a walking path that they can both ride their bikes or walk.
Now, how young are these kids? You think a 5-year-old should have to walk to school?
3rd to 5th grade.
So how 3rd to
So
grade?
that's 9 through
11.
11, 12.
I never took a school bus. I never had somebody drive me to school.
My point exactly.
Screw them kids, as someone once said.
I lived down the street from my school, and I still took the bus. I don't want to walk. I don't want to walk the 10 minutes.
F them kids, as somebody once said.
I think it's healthy for them. I think it's great.
So are you for it? This being okay? Because they say they're using the funds that they would save from getting rid of this busing to prioritize academic programs, student services,
Yeah,
and
I mean,
essential
that's
district
what we need to get kids learning the basics. Reading, writing, arithmetic.
And not only that, but a little bit of exercise is never
Absolutely
it's
right.
never going to hurt them. It's going to help them.
By the way, Hassan bin Sober on the extreme. Hassan bin Sober says, if you play Dean Martin backwards, you'll hear Jerry Lewis. We were talking about that earlier when the guy called in and said, his dad said that back in the Ozzy Osbourne days, if you played him backwards, you hear Satan and all that other stuff. Anyway, enough about that stuff. Let's get it back to whatever the hell we were talking about. And the other big question still ahead, Robin, will Rich Scioli, when he gets into the studios at 1210 WPHT, sit down?
Should we take a poll?
Yeah, we should do a poll. Can you
poll?
put a poll? I know in the morning, Greg Stocker puts up polls all the time on the YouTube chat. Should we put a poll? Will Rich Scioli be in a couple of minutes before? I'm not saying he's going to show up 1 minute and walk in the door and sit down because he's prepared. He doesn't just wing it. You can't wing these shows. I mean, I did a show this morning, and look, this is what I got ready. Where are my copious notes? Before I did this show, this is what I did during my break, getting off the air and getting ready.
Oh, wow.
And then this is out what else we had. So you don't just sit down and do a talk show and say, hey, what about Jalen Hurts today? Let's go to the phones. You got to prepare. You got to know what to talk about. You got to know when to
We
hold
also
it.
have feedback on the walking to
Yeah, we have a walking update.
David in South Carolina, I think it's South Carolina, watching. It will be a 1 mile walk each way for my daughters to go to high school when they are in high school age. They will be walking.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with walking. I walked.
At
It's
that
good to
age,
walk.
I think it's okay. I mean, I understand like kind of babying kids at this point, like in that like 8 to 11 range a little bit, but like I still would let them walk. Like the one parent in this article like is just worried, like she rode her bike with her son to the school to see how long it would take. It took 10 minutes. Her issue is that her kid kind of stinks at riding the bike.
Well, then he needs to practice.
Yeah, so would this be the logical explanation? Like, all right, maybe he should be doing this to school every day.
Yes.
No, I was talking to my son the other day, and his 5-year-old, is going to kindergarten, and there's a school bus, but he won't allow a 5-year-old to walk all the way down a driveway to get a school bus because you can't leave a 5-year-old to get on a school bus, right?
No, I mean,
that's too young.
But nine is fine.
Hey, when I was 9, I was already getting loose in South Philly, if you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying?
At 9?
So much. No, he lost his
11.
virginity at 11.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know.
It's a little better.
It's just he was smoking, lost his virginity.
That's in the
getting
book,
drunk,
Rob. I'm not even going to write a
before
book.
the first middle school dance.
I'm not even going to write a book. Mine will be a video. Mine will be straight to video.
Here's going to be a pop-up book.
I'm going to get a Netflix deal. Netflix, by the way, has canceled its $100 million Netflix deal signed in 2020 for the Royals. Remember when 2020, the pandemic, and Netflix decided that the Royals, Prince Harry and his grifter wife, the LA grifter, they decided to leave the royal family and go to LA and become stars. Prince Harry had his gonads removed, of course, at the time. It was painful surgery, but he went through it. So now they're not going to have their show renewed. And remember, even worse than that, then they gave Meghan Markle her own show called With Love, Meghan.
Yeah, the cooking thing.
And so, by the way, this show was so bad, and this isn't my opinion, it was ranked 383rd of all the shows on Netflix. So they keep throwing money at her, and her show With Love, Meghan couldn't break the top 300 of the most watched shows between January and June of this year. But yeah, let's keep giving her money. That's why you talk about it. When you get money and you don't produce, you get fired.
Yes.
That's how it works in the real world, Meghan.
I thought there'd be more hate watches than that. You know, people just watching purely out of spite and they say, all right, let's see how bad Meghan Markle's show is.
How many shows does Netflix have? To be 383rd on the Netflix shows?
I think the first episode was the Hate Watchers because it spiked a little bit, but it's the same thing with Michelle Obama's horrible podcast. People
yeah, but she's not getting paid by Netflix to do that. Now,
true.
they had their own shows where they got played. You know what I'm saying? So that's the difference. If somebody pays you money to do a show, then you do it.
Yes.
And then you determine it. Michelle Obama doesn't rely on ratings for her podcast. Doesn't work that way. She probably has sponsors and she gets paid.
She absolutely is getting paid. She's
Yeah,
not
but
doing it for free.
this is not, podcasts are not normally, unless somebody pays you to do it or you have a sponsor. That's how it works in podcasts. Unless you're working for a big company and they're paying you. I don't think she has a big company paying her to do a show. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know the specifics, but I don't care.
Before we go to break, we have one more, since we're in New Jersey already for the
Yes.
story. Let's stay in New Jersey and do one more PSA story. If you're going down to the shore, you need to watch out because there apparently are tons of jellyfish.
Yes.
That have appeared at the Jersey Shore.
Jellyfish.
And these are actually dangerous.
They're not the
No,
what do you call Portuguese man of war.
But if there's blue, then you want to be. If it's blue, then you do want to be careful because the blue ones could be Portuguese. Are they Portuguese battleship? What are they called?
Portuguese man of war.
Man of war.
Men of
Yes.
war.
But they're
If they lose tentacles, do they become the he, she of sea creatures?
There's a huge number of mushroom cap and bowling ball jellies that are washing up onto the and it
Just
could
when
be-
you thought, just in time for Shark Week, Robin. Is this planned?
Now, what do you do for if you got stung?
You pee on it. Yeah, you have somebody. You pee on yourself if you can reach it.
Right.
Or you have somebody pee on you.
Pee on it for you, but you can also use vinegar. Bring vinegar. Just bring a big old liter of
Is
vinegar.
it the 30% vinegar or the full
Doesn't
vinegar?
matter.
White wine vinegar? What kind of
Just
vinegar?
leave it in your car. That way, if you get stung, you can go back to your car and pour vinegar instead of having somebody pee on you. But have you ever been stung by jellyfish?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've been stung by everything. Wasps, jellyfish, chicks, dudes. I mean, come on. You know what I'm saying?
I don't even think I've seen a live jellyfish other than at the aquarium. I never see it in the ocean.
No, there's a lot of when you know when there's jellyfish. It's scary.
And depending on, I mean, some of them can cause severe cramping and motor issues. So you definitely don't want to go out too far where you can't swim back in if you get stung.
Exactly. So keep an eye out. You'll see them. There's not just one jellyfish.
Well, sometimes there could be.
Yeah,
so
but
just be.
I watch.
keep an eye
That's
out.
why I watch SpongeBob. When I see jellyfish fields and they're all dancing and stuff in synchronicity to some EDM music, I get excited. But in real life, jellyfish are not your friends, folks. That's your tip for the day from Joe Carcione, your greengrocer. We're coming right back. Another hour, Robin, and then the Rich Zeoli show. Will there be communication between the Zeoli army and the Bruno flotilla? We'll explain that, and we'll see what happens in the final hour of the Dom Giordano show right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman is currently offering 20% off all siding. So whether you want fiber cement siding or maybe vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. Siding is not just for curb appeal. It also acts as that protective barrier against harsh weather of all seasons. With more than 30 years of experience, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding completes every project with such care, such precision, and they also go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles and options that best fit your home and your budget. Don't put this off. Take advantage, 20% off today. Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. They also offer 18-month interest-free financing. Call or text 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Not Dom Giordano, but another fellow Italo American, as Frank Rizzo used to call Italian Americans. Italo American. Crumb Creek coward. Not a crumb bum. Not a lush, because I can tell a lush by just looking at him. It's Tony Bruno in for Dom Giordano. Miss Robin, not Italian. Not even close.
I know a lush when I see one, and you're a lush.
I'm not a lush. I mean, I like a cocktail. I mean, I'll have a vodka drink. I'll have a whiskey drink. I'll have a beer drink. I'll have a vodka drink. Did I mention vodka already?
Yes.
You know what I mean. But I'm not a guy. By the way, we have breaking news. It is now official in Idaho. Brian Koberger has been sentenced to 4 life sentences without the possibility of parole. So no death penalty because he pled guilty to spare himself from jail. But Idaho District Judge Stephen Hippler on Brian Koberger before sentencing him to life in prison. This is the quote. Truth be told, I'm unable to come up with anything redeeming about Mr. Koberger because his grotesque acts of evil have buried anything that might have been good or intrinsically human about him. His actions have made him the worst of the worst. Even in pleading guilty, he has given nothing hinting of remorse or redemption, nothing suggesting even a recognition of understanding, let alone regret for the pain he has caused, and therefore, I will not attempt to speak about him further other than to simply sentence him so that he is forever removed from civilized society. There it is. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. 4 life sentences, which is basically, we can't give you the death penalty because you're a coward and a crumb creep loser. You killed 4 innocent people, so no parole ever.
Except we've known in history where people did not, supposedly were not supposed to get
No,
parole,
not when you give
then they
somebody
get-
4 life sentences, Robin. I don't think there's any judge in this country, how corrupt they may be, who will ever say, yeah, you know what? That guy.
It's happened, especially when they get
Tell
older.
me somebody, you have to look it up, Rob. You just can't say it's happened. Charles Manson never got paroled. And by the way, the question
But
of
he's
the
been
day.
up for parole.
Yeah, but he gets turned down all the time, and he finally died in jail after we spent millions of dollars keeping him alive.
I'm looking it up right now because I know, I mean, I've read about it. I can't think of the names.
I don't think there's ever been anyone.
A life sentence with the possibility, without
4 life sentences.
Yes.
Not 1, not 2, not 3, but how many? 4.
Anybody that knows and can point me in the right direction, please let me know in the chat.
Google is your friend, Robin.
I am.
Brock
We're gonna-
may or may not be your friend. What's the matter with you? So anyway, the verdict is in, 4 life sentences without parole.
And it sucks because the family members, unless he decides to talk,
It's over. He's not going to decide to
there's
talk.
no reason for
You got a psychic saying he didn't kill it, so there's still a murderer loose in Idaho.
It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
It's like when OJ said like, "Oh, I'd never go back to LA because the killer could still be there."
Yeah,
come on.
Well, he was looking for the golf courses, and then he finally got caught for going after a guy for stealing he stole his own memorabilia or something like that. But anyway, the bottom line is, this guy is a coward, and he murdered 4 people, and their families at least got, if there's any consolation, they got to sit there and get in their last licks. But tell me they're going to go home happy that this guy's going to spend the rest of his life in jail. They're not, because their families have been destroyed by a scumbag. That's why there should be a death penalty. I'm not talking about a guy who may or may not be framed. When you kill 4 people, that's death penalty. I'm sorry. I'm not talking about a guy, who may have been railroaded and nobody knows what happened, and then years later they find out, there was DNA evidence proving there was plenty of DNA evidence in this case. When you slaughter 4 people, there's a lot of DNA there, Robin. And so to me, the fact that this guy is not going to get out of jail is an outrage. By the way, Tulsi Gabbard has made a surprise appearance in the White House briefing room following the Obama Russiagate bombshell. So that's what's going on now. And the Trump thing with the Russiagate thing, there are still people providing, still out there saying, and there's all kinds of evidence, like Mark Warner from Virginia back in 2019. There's enormous amounts of evidence of Trump colluding with Russia. All these people who said there was evidence that Trump colluded with Russia suddenly now all of a sudden never said it. There's videotape of every single one of these people saying it. Well, Red did get paroled in Shawshank, but that's a movie.
There have been a couple of people, but while I'm doing that research,
And not from 4 consecutive life sentences, Robin.
Well, okay. some of them might be because the DNA exonerated them.
Yeah, that's
but
what
I will do more research.
Exactly. That's going to be your homework assignment for today. When we come back tomorrow to fill in for Dom.
In the meantime,
yes,
we have several callers, Tony Bruno.
Should we go to the phones? By the way, what's the poll? People are voting on the poll question right now. Will Rich Scioli, at the end of this hour, do a crossover with Tony and Miss Robin today? That's the most important election probably that you'll have to decide in the next 2 years before the midterms.
Yeah, so with
You know what I mean?
18 votes on the board.
Only 18 votes? Come on, people.
Yeah.
Vote.
Get
See,
'em
the
in
good
there.
thing
Vote
about
early
this,
and
you
often.
can only vote once, right?
I think so, yeah. Unless you make a new
Yes.
account. Who knows?
Now, what's the percentage? Because we don't need the total votes because
So,
nobody cares about total. Although Trump did win the popular vote, I understand.
Yeah. So the
The
popular
question
vote
is, what percentage of the audience now says that Rich will do a crossover?
And of the now 19 votes, we got 68% saying yes.
Yeah, that Rich will do it. I'm not saying Rich is a coward and he's going to run away.
No.
No, he just, slips in at the last minute, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on where he does the show from. Whether he does the show from the studio, or maybe he does it somewhere else, or maybe he does it
He's
from
been in
home.
the studio this week.
He has.
I think-
He has. It's shocked all of us.
I think Rich is very much like Tony, that he does his prep elsewhere, and then if he's
Yes.
going to go into the studio,
Exactly. I
he
think
just
Rich just
slides
runs in and
in.
sits down at the last second.
No, I didn't say that. I said that he does his prep elsewhere, and then
Yes.
he comes into the studio at the very last minute, wondering whether he's not going to be late. I mean, talk to Harry Mays.
Yes.
He will corroborate this, that you slide in at the last minute.
I do a slide in.
Yeah.
Because I'm usually trying to get through traffic and getting on the side lane like we
Yeah.
played the video earlier this morning on Kale and Company. You see that dude on the Schuylkill Expressway for going into the breakdown lanes and trying to beat everybody to get to the city?
I see it every day.
Yeah, I know,
Terrible.
but this guy was running a tape on himself. By the way, Catherine Herridge, and I know Catherine Herridge, and I know Cheryl Atkinson, and these are other former CBS journalists who are now doing their own thing. This is the latest from Catherine Herridge, who is independent. She says, with the newly declassified records, this is 16 minutes ago, D&I Gabbert, this December 2018 Capitol Hill news conference with Comey lands a lot differently now. The question, Herridge, do you have total confidence in the dossier when you used it to secure a surveillance warrant in the subsequent renewals? Comey, I have total confidence that the FISA process was followed and the entire case was handled in a thoughtful and responsible way. So newly declassified documents via Tulsi Gabbard challenged that the January 2017 Intelligence Community Assessment, the ICA, that Putin and the Russian government developed a clear preference for President Trump is bogus. GOP House Intel found Putin had more damaging information about candidate Clinton that could have been used against her in the final days of the 2016, but that information was held back.
Amazing. I wonder why.
This violated ICD 203 directives that analysis be informed by all relevant information available, given that documents leaked during the election were far less damaging to Secretary Clinton than those Putin chose not to leak. So according to the allegations, Clinton's health was extraordinarily alarming to President Obama and party leaders. Russian intelligence had details of secret meetings by State Department reps, and the fully declassified report has now been released. And some of it's been redacted, but a lot of it hasn't. And so if these are full declassifications from the government files, how can they be considered bogus, right? If you're taking the government's word that these are the reports and these are the actual quotes.
The problem is, Tony, that the people that the most of the hardline Democrats, they don't want to hear this information,
Right.
so they're not gonna. They're gonna tell themselves that all of this is made up, even if these are documents. These are government documents. In their mind, they have rationalized it that this is all fake.
It's again, and it's not about Obama. Obama's not going to go to jail. Everybody knows that. They're not going to arrest Barack Obama, even though they tried to throw Trump in jail multiple times. But the bottom line is, even though Putin had dirt on Hillary Clinton, he did not interfere in the election. He did not change one vote. They knew Putin wanted Hillary to win because he didn't want to deal with Trump. So here's one of the quotes. Putin's decision not to leak additional derogatory information on Secretary Clinton as the polls narrowed undermines the ICA's claim that he aspired to help Trump win and never entirely backed Donald Trump.
Well, the proof is in the pudding. The fact that they actually wanted Hillary to win because Putin would have then been able to invade Ukraine even earlier.
Well, he already invaded Crimea under Obama's watch.
Under Obama, but he didn't do anything under Trump because he knew that Trump was going to not allow that. Then when Biden came in, what did he do? He invaded Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes sense that he actually would have wanted Hillary to win because then he would have been able to do all this earlier.
Yeah, and this hoax made no sense from the beginning.
No.
I mean, the bottom line is all the polls. I remember it vividly. We were living in Philly. We went to vote, 2016 election, and all the Hillary Clinton signs. Remember, the DNC convention was right down the street from us on Broad Street at the sports complex.
We went live. We
went live and did reports from that. And so, obviously, everybody thought this was a lock for Hillary Clinton, right? That's why they waited till after the election to invade Ukraine.
Yeah.
Anyone who thinks that Putin wanted Trump over Hillary is an idiot. So, again, who's going to pay? Obama's not going to face the fire. So that Brennan and all these people should be in jail. The fact that Brennan is still on CNN denying the stuff that's now been documented in government files shows you how corrupt CNN is.
Well, I think the reality is that even Trump, as much as we would all love to see Obama actually have to pay for what he did.
He's not going to pay it.
It's
not going to happen. And here's why this will not be investigated further. The Congress has taken off the month of August, right? They're not coming back till September. By then, kids are back in school. People will be done from their summer vacations, and people will be paying attention to other things, right? There's no big elections this year for the most part. I'm talking about national ones of consequence. Next year is the midterms. What happens next year? The Democrats will be ramping up more anti-Trump stuff with the help of late-night talk shows if they're still on the air, because Trump will have them removed, of course, and put in prison. And the other thing is that if the Republicans bring this up next year, then, of course, the Democrats will use this once again to say that Trump is trying to use the power of his administration to go against people he disagrees with.
Right.
And that's what the Democrats will sell instead of trying to prove that they did anything wrong. They don't have to prove anything. They already got away with it. And the best thing is that Trump won. And that's what pissed them off even the most. The fact that Trump beat Hillary in 2016 has led us to where we are today. They couldn't accept that election. They hated Hillary for it. They knew she was incapable of being the president. They knew she was crazy, unstable, and they still go to bat for her today. Although a lot of that rank, they didn't bring her back up again. They put Joe Biden in there instead. So, when you look at this, when she was collapsing, getting into that car, we didn't need Russian to see that. Right? Did you remember that scene?
I know.
She goes outside and she's about to get into a limo.
She has like some kind of a epileptic fit or something, and they practically hoist her up.
It could be the Chardonnay.
I don't know.
I mean, when you have one too many glasses of Chardonnay when you're up in New York, and you're up there and, all the other stuff.
You don't collapse like that, though. She wasn't like falling down drunk. There was something else, definitely.
Well, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I just play one sometimes at home when we request it.
I know that we need to go to break.
Yes, we do.
But we do have phone calls.
We're going to go to the break. We're going to go to phone calls after the break, right?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. Meanwhile, it's Tony Bruno. It's Miss Robin Austin for Dom Giordano. We'll be here tomorrow and Friday, too. Wake the kids, call the family, and tell everybody, hey, it's still summer. Turn the damn radio on. Watch the YouTube video. Watch us on Twitter. Wherever you need to watch us. Watch and listen on the Odyssey app. iHeartRadio. It's Tony Bruno and Miss Robin for Dom Giordano. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I think it's going to happen. I think he wants to propose.
Finally. Does he know what kind of ring you want?
Well, that's where you come in. You have to tell him to go to Cozy Jewelers. I saw so many rings that I love there, but they also make custom pieces. So, if you could give him the little hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Of course. I'll just happen to be looking at their Insta when I sit next to him later. Watching Paul's expertise and ooh and ahhing.
You're the best.
Step up to the fifth C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. CozyJewelers.com and at Cozy Jewelers on Instagram.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road-ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai with code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria. For me, for my family, it's all about care. That's what matters most, and that's why my entire family goes to Dr. Mike Veneria. When it comes to a complicated dental procedure, for over 10 years in a row, Dr. Mike has been recognized as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. In fact, other dentists send their patients to him. Even other doctors have chosen Dr. Mike as their dentist. See, it's not about cost, it's about care. And you don't want to go to those chain dental offices, forget those. He has two very convenient locations for you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. So go there and see him. He's the guy, and he's worth the drive no matter where you're coming from, because you don't want to go to the closest dentist. You want to go to the best dentist, the guy who cares. That's Dr. Mike Veneria, the best of the best. So make your appointment to see Dr. Mike today. If you already got an estimate for that dental implant, get a second opinion from Dr. Mike. It's worth doing. Just reach out to him at 856-786-2020 or VeneriaDental.com, VANARIA, VeneriaDental.com.
Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And on the free Odyssey app.
Back here, and there's breaking news coming out of Washington, and it's not just the same tired, beat this story to death thing. These are new documents released today. Tulsi Gabbard, of course, has the documents. The great reporters out there who care about this stuff and are not lying about it or hiding it. This is in documentation. And John Brennan better get his lawyers on. I would be surprised if John Brennan is on CNN tonight trying to backtrack this thing, because we have the video. Again, we have the documentation now, not media running cover for any political party or any operatives. People have gone to jail before for lying. People have gone to jail. Mm-hmm. And John Brennan, right now, is public enemy number one when it comes to a guy who lied before Congress and is complicit in the Russia hoax, saying that Trump was being favored and that the Russians helped Trump win the 2016 election. This is the tape when Trey Gowdy was on the Intelligence Committee and asked Brennan these questions.
Did the CIA rely on it?
No.
Why not?
Because we didn't. It wasn't part of the corpus of intelligence information. It was not in any way used as a basis for the intelligence community assessment that was done. It was not.
So that's perjury, because the Russiagate documents that Tulsi Gabbard released and the Democrats poo-pooed now prove that is 100% a lie. That's how you get proof. You got everybody's talking about smoking guns all the time. Where's the smoking gun? There's the smoking gun that nobody thought was a smoking gun. And then now, thanks to released documents, thanks to Tulsi Gabbard being the director of national intelligence, and you see all the people who've been crying about her, and they didn't want her to be the DNI, and she wasn't qualified for this. Anybody who can access to government files because they are a government official can find a way to get it. If the public can get access with a FOIA request for government files, most of it will be redacted. But now there are unredacted files showing proof that John Brennan was the leader, the criminal leader, former communist who was hired by Barack Obama to try to get Trump. And now I want to see what happens.
It'll be very, very, very interesting to see, because technically perjury, it's treason. It's treason.
That's treason right there, 101.
So he should be the first one to fall.
Exactly. And again, I'm not one who just wants people railroaded for no thing. Yeah. But if John Brennan is not, and again, it's never going to get to Obama. Let's be honest. But Brennan and Clapper and all these other strappers, how about that? That rhyme. Brennan and Clapper and all the other strappers need to be not just in jail, they need to be under the jail. You follow me?
We are. And Tony, speaking of strappers, we have some on the line.
Well, no, we can't call these people strappers just because they're on the line. How do you know Earl in Tacony's a strapper?
It's of affection when you use it that way.
Earl, are you a strapper in Tacony?
No, obviously you didn't get the do not call list, or else you wouldn't be taking my call.
And by the way, strapper is one of those terms that I grew up calling other people a term of endearment in the city. Yet it's an underused. I think we should bring strapper back.
You have a T-shirt on your website.
Yeah, it says strappers. If you want to get a strapper T-shirt, go to TonyBrunoShow.com. They have T-shirts. I got crumb bum on there. I got all the good sayings that we all come to know and love growing up in Philly.
TonyBrunoShow.com.
Exactly right. And people say, why are you selling T-shirts? Well, because Barstool sells T-shirts and they're worth billions of dollars. So I'll sell T-shirts too. You don't have to buy them. There's no mandatory buy a shirt or I'll come after you. But anyway, CNN cut away from Tulsi Gabbard as she laid out how Obama and his intel goons manufactured the Russian host. How about that today, huh? How about that? All right, go ahead, Earl. I'm sorry.
All right, I have three things to bring up. First off, I don't know if you heard the O.J. Simpson joke, where O.J. Simpson went to prison for breaking into a hotel room and stealing O.J. Simpson autographed memorabilia, unaware of the fact that as O.J. Simpson, he could make more himself.
Exactly. No, that's fact. That's fact. Why do you have to steal your own memorabilia?
Well, actually, it was trophies and everything like that. But the joke is still funny. Second, you went and mentioned earlier you don't understand how the Philadelphia Inquirer can make money. My brother went to school with someone who is an accountant who works for one of the big international law firms that does the Inquirer's books, and he told us they don't make money off of sales; they make their money off of advertising. Sales are
What
inconsequential to
advertising?
the Inquirer.
What advertising do the food coupon segments? I guess they get money for that. But the Inquirer, I know this is a fact. If you go into the dollar stores on Sunday, the Sunday Philadelphia Inquirer, you can get it for 25 cents on Mondays in the dollar stores because they have all these print editions of it loaded with stuff, but people buy it for a quarter because they get the food coupons, which actually gives them more discounts than actually paying the full price. The Inquirer still charges $1.50 for its print edition, which is printed in New Jersey. If you have a home subscription to the Inquirer, they have to use the UPS, United States Postal Service, to deliver it to your door. I remember when I was a kid, I would deliver the Inquirer and Daily News to people's doorsteps. Now you got to use the USPS to get a hard copy of the Inquirer. Who the hell does that? Who reads, newspapers anymore? Physical newspapers.
I can't remember the last time I even touched a physical copy of the Philadelphia Inquirer, or read the digital for that matter. But the third thing I want to bring up is you were talking about earlier how they're bringing up all these old videos of Trump hanging out with Epstein. And, how many times have people hung out with people and later on in life they turn out to be horrible people? I mean, or, just famous people. My parents went to Frankfurt High School. They went to school with Sylvester Stallone.
He's a good guy.
They didn't know
Sylvester Stallone's a good guy.
Look at us. Tony and I have tons of pictures with Mike Missinelli.
I got pictures with porn stars. I got pictures with scumbags, lowlifes, degenerates.
I know.
The worst of the worst. But that doesn't mean I endorse them.
Well, in my case, the reason I called is my personal story. We have a residential roofing company, and we had some kid come out of high school, and he started working for us as an apprentice for a couple months until he decided he didn't want to get involved in roofing, wanted to move on to something else. We used to call him Ricky Schroeder because he was just some little kid that with blonde hair, and he went and moved on to other things until a couple years later, we're watching the news. Turns out he's Tattoo Billy Johnson, leader of the Breed motorcycle gang and the largest meth dealer in the Pacific, North Atlantic. And it's like, isn't that Ricky Schroeder? He's like, yeah, that's the kid that used to work for us. Like, well, now he's the biggest meth dealer on the East Coast. It's like, now, am I responsible? No, he wasn't there when I met him. And
you did learn. And thanks for the call. I appreciate it, Earl. But the bottom line is, Hunter Biden just told us how to make our own crack. All we got to do is to go into a science store, Edmund Scientific, I believe. I have a pic back with Joey Buttafuoco. Exactly.
I mean, the fact that you have photographs with somebody is by no means an endorsement. If I think of all the photographs that you have, that I have with people, I have pictures with me. Well, one picture, not picture.
With Ron Jeremy.
One photograph of me and Ron Jeremy.
With the hedgehog.
That is not an endorsement. Trust me.
Oh, no.
Is this really true? This is a quote. Thank you for the call, Earl. I appreciate it. Now we have to take another break here real quick.
Yeah, why not?
Let's take a break. We'll take more calls. And the big question still, it's like the Thanksgiving Day parade when you're waiting for Santa Claus. Back in the old days when he would go up the ladder in the Gimbels building in Center City. Yeah, you got to be old for that. You got to be old.
Faith in Rich. It's a 60,
Rich is a good man.
3%. Yes, they think that he will do the crossover today.
Holding steady.
There's usually isn't it. Did Dom and Rich do a crossover?
No, usually because Dom gets out, about 4 or 5 minutes before, and Rich doesn't come on until about 4 or 5 minutes after the hour. So,
I'm willing to wait as long as it takes.
Okay.
Just to spend even 30 seconds with Rich. I just want to hear his voice and my voice melding.
Oh, yeah.
Like a symphony. Like the horn section of a symphony, or maybe the violins. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's still ahead. It's the big
wind. It's the wind section.
It's the wind section.
Oh.
Let's be real.
Anyway, we're coming right back. for the final half hour here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
When you speed, you have less time to react. Follow the speed limit and keep other road users safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by the NHTSA.
Get high-quality furniture, your style, your way at Bucks County Estate Traders. Explore their massive Hatfield showroom featuring 16,000 meticulously inspected pieces. And for a truly custom look, ask about their expert upholstery service. Their talented team can breathe new life into your chosen piece, and their industry-leading staff provides a world-class guided experience. Find your perfect furniture perfectly customized, plus every item has a QR code to make shopping seamless. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Weather is sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
Humidity levels will begin to increase across the Delaware Valley today. It'll be partly sunny with a high temperature up around 86. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low of around 70 for the city and cooler in the suburbs. And for Thursday, hot and humid with a mixture of sunshine and clouds and a high near 90.
Kitchen Magic kitchens are proudly American-made, family-owned, and tariff-proof, so your dream kitchen won't get hit with hidden costs. Get 24 months same as cash financing. KitchenMagic.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, well, it's been a crazy day so far. Started off this morning with Kale and Company and the cut sheet and the Fight Club, and now we have the breaking news. And this is really right now breaking news, because Tulsi Gabbard took to the microphone at the White House today and just let loose. It was so so hardcore, CNN cut away from it.
Yes.
This is what she said, and this is not good news for the deep state. How about that, huh?
Hell of an opening statement.
So, for those of you who are watching on YouTube, for whatever reason, the audio was not being fed through to them.
What about the video?
No, there was no video.
Okay.
It was just audio
So
only.
she basically said just a short time ago that Obama committed treason and has been referred to the DOJ for criminal prosecution. Now, remember, they didn't want when Tulsi Gabbard, remember, they put her on a terrorist watch list.
She was a Russian asset.
Remember, she was a Democrat who changed parties because the Democrats screwed her over, and then she became a Republican, or she became independent for a while, and she could have been she was one of the nominees. Remember, she was one of the many people who were running for president.
And Hillary went after her, put her on the do not fly list. They
put her on a terrorist watch list, and now we know why. And she's coming with receipts. There's one thing to say something, but when you bring the receipts and you have real journalists, not CNN honks or other people who are trying to protect Obama. And again, Obama's not going to jail, but people should go to jail. And the underlings should go to jail. So that's the latest right now. And I'm sure Rich will have a lot of reaction to this, as this has emerged now as the actual smoking gun. A reporter asked her, do you believe President Obama is guilty of treason? Tulsi says, when you look at the intent behind creating a false manufactured intelligence document, the expressed intent can only be described as a years-long coup and a treasonous conspiracy. So, and now former Clinton campaign manager Robbie Mook says Clinton agreed to give Trump Russia material to a reporter. He's the former campaign manager for Hillary Clinton, and he's the guy who testified in 2020 that the nominee agreed to provide information about a link between her opponent, Donald Trump, and Russia Alpha Bank to a reporter, despite the fact that her campaign was not certain about the truth of the allegations. So it's not a smoking gun. It's a smoking Gatling gun. There is so much absolute hardcore evidence now that there's, and CNN cuts away from it.
No president has ever been accused of treason in the history of the United States.
And he's not going to get going to get
being accused and being prosecuted for it. But no president has even been accused of treason.
Of course not.
Now, he probably won't be prosecuted.
He won't.
But
here's the thing: it's not about getting him.
It means nothing.
They're not going to do anything to him. He can't be impeached. They're not going to. They're not going to try him. They're not even going to. He didn't even give his response yesterday. Was from a press. He didn't have a press conference. His statement was released by his honk. His honk. Not Barack Obama didn't come out and make a statement. His guy did. It's Brennan. It's all these other scumbags who have to go to jail.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Somebody has to go to jail. That's the bottom line. John Brennan has to be led away in chains. And Comey, absolutely. Yeah. And Clapper. There's the three scumbags. There's basically like five of them, right? Peter Strzok, remember?
Right.
You got Jim Comey, you got John Brennan, and James Clapper. Those four right there, guaranteed. They all
and there's one more name that does not get mentioned very often. Valerie Jarrett, behind the scenes.
Oh yeah, well they're all of those.
And
Loretta Lynch, remember that? Loretta Lynch. There was a whole sequence of Obama people who basically were just convincing the complicit media that Obama was the good guy and that Trump could never be president again. And all you have to do is look at the video. There's reams of it where they're all saying, I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And there's enormous amounts of evidence that Trump colluded with Russia. I mean, you can do an hour special just running the tape of all of these complicit criminals who are saying that.
Well, the interesting thing is that the Democrats are the ones that had precedence of putting a former president on trial. They're the ones that started all this. So they did open that door.
Yep.
So we'll see.
By the way, there's now leaked footage of Miss Robin learning to say "oh" instead of zero. We'll play that tomorrow on the show. Right now, we got to get to breaking news, and we got Rich coming up. What's the latest on the poll, Henry?
Yeah, so the poll, it's very interesting enough. After, let's see how many votes we got here. We have...
we don't want the vote total. We just want the percentages.
Right, 47 votes. We got a 67% vote for yes. He will be joining us.
Rich will actually not break bread or break calamari.
See, now here's the problem because so many people said yes.
Mm-hmm.
If he doesn't come on, he's not just disappointing you, Tony. He's going to be disappointed.
I'm willing to wait. I mean, I've been here all day.
Well, I do have some news regarding whether or not he will be joining us. Do I want to keep it a secret or
No,
share?
Great, man. Where's the breaking news sounder? Yeah. As news breaks, we're here to fix any breaking news. That's what we do. Breaking news, we fix it. Let's go to Henry Mache with the latest.
Yeah, I'm live here on the scene, Tony. I just received word from Rich here that he will be joining us in the next segment.
Oh, there you go. Is this rigged? Is this poll rigged?
No, they just have a lot of faith in their guy.
Of course they do.
As they should.
Tony Bruno, at least this Zioli Army member, is followed and follows both of you. As for the 17 cents, please ask for a healthcare administrator to call in and explain. I think somebody also reported that if I pay 1 cent a month for the next 17 months, that the 17-cent bill.
Yes,
well, how many people will come after me if I didn't pay the 17 cents? Will I have collection agencies calling me and saying it's now going up? You're now going each month. They'll keep tacking on an extra 10 cents,
and then
right?
and it'll be the same idea behind your 5 to 17 cents after checks that they pay more than 25 cents to send you in the mail. Tony, I have an update really, really quick on without the possibility of parole. A lawyer sent this to me.
Is this now, do we have to pay this lawyer or is he an unpaid legal assistant?
An unpaid legal assistant that I have in my back pocket. Without the possibility of parole means it's a true life sentence and it is a directive to the parole board, not to another judge. So the parole board is
right. They're the ones you apply for parole.
So without the possibility parole is only means that a true life sentence, the parole board cannot consider parole. Otherwise, a life sentence that says it's a life sentence might only be 25 years, depending on where they are and what the thing is.
What about 4
But
consecutive?
an appellate judge
Right.
can change that. They can overturn it. So somebody getting without the possibility of parole, another judge can overturn that if they want to, for whatever reason.
Well, I seriously doubt that's going to happen in the next 20 years.
I agree as well, but that is the technicality there. It's only for the parole board that those directives are made.
Okay, I know that. I mean, that's what Charlie Manson did. Every couple of years, he would ask for parole, and they'd say no, sit in the jail, and he never died. How much did it cost us to keep him alive? You know what I'm saying? Anyway, Rich Cioli's coming up. Do we still have Robert on the line in Ben Salem?
We do.
Let's go to Robert. Robert, what's going on out there today in Bucks County?
Hey, Tony, Robin, it's good to talk to you guys. If you put your first names together, you would be a motivational speaker, right?
What's that?
Tony Robbins. You never heard of Tony Robbins?
Tony. Oh, that's a good one. Well, he's got good hair, though, and I don't have no hair, so there's no way I can pull it off.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, brother. Before I wanted to talk about the kids walking to school, but I wanted to express a hope real quick. While it's great that they want to reduce federal spending back to pre-pandemic levels,
right.
I think it would also be helpful if we could dial back the racial politics and vitriol back to pre-Obama levels. Am I right on that?
I totally agree. I mean, I grew up in the 60s in South Philly, and I lived at 15th and Morton, which was a mixed-race neighborhood, and there was no problems. There weren't gang fights. There weren't black-on-white crimes, white-on-black crimes. People got along. We started getting along when Martin Luther King and the message was out there.
Well,
we loved one another.
I grew up in a children's home with a similar dynamic, where there was like 50 kids there, and we got along too. But I would suggest that while walking to school is a good idea, we should bear in mind that it was a different time back then. I mean, we used to get dropped off at the skating rink or the movie theater or the mall and say, see you in a couple hours. And we got sent out to play, and we just knew we had to be in when the street lights came on. You know what I mean?
Absolutely right. That's what I would do. We'd get home from school, go out to Broad Street at the funeral home across from Baldy Funeral Home and play baseball while running into metal rails on asphalt. That's what we did.
Now the home that I grew up in was a few miles from the school, so we took a bus. But if you missed a bus, you had to walk, and they didn't want to hear anything about it. And you better check in at school, or else you'll be, et cetera, et cetera. So it was a different time, but I still think it's a good idea physically, and just to get the kids off the machines for a while. You know what I mean?
No, I totally agree. Even though I'm older, I remember taking my kids to Montgomery Mall and giving them quarters to call the payphone in the mall to call me to come and pick them up. And that's really not that long ago, is it? We have to take a break, though, right? One more break?
Yes, have a good night. Have a good day, you guys.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate the call. So we got one more break before Rich?
Correct.
Let's do it right now. It's coming up, the moment you've been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. I'm getting goosebumps right now. I'm getting verklempt. We're coming right back.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. It's an exciting time for my friends at Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, and Best Value Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord, CR-V, or Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers just like yourself. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Shop online at piazzahonda.com for today's special offers.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
All right, wow, so much news breaking here in the final moments of the Dom Show. A federal judge has just denied the DOJ's attempt to unseal grand jury records related to Jeffrey Epstein. So Rich Cioli, who's coming on, is going to have to have a battery of lawyers just try to decide 2 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a pleasure. I'm actually trembling a little bit, knowing that this is the first time I will actually speak with the great.
But you know, I wanted to see you and Mr. Robin in person, but Henry would not let us connect on YouTube. But I've been watching you two, and first of all, you guys did a great show.
Thank you.
Great show, and you look great. I don't know if it's the lighting or what. I mean, Robin looks great always, but Tony, I mean, the lighting. You look really good.
Well, thank you, Rich. I mean, it's not, it's not like Fox and, when you go on every day and every night on the weekends with that crumb bum who doesn't follow me. What's that guy's name? Jimmy Fallon?
Yeah, which it's funny you bring him up because I'll be on his show Saturday night, so I will mention something to him, all right?
You tell him if he doesn't follow me, I'm coming after him. I'll go all the way to New York, and I'll kick his ass.
No, I'm going to say something. Like, this is outrageous. This is such a disrespect to a Philadelphia radio legend, Miss Robin, that he is not following Miss Robin. So,
exactly.
Outrageous.
All right, Rich. Go on. Obviously, this is the first time we've actually physically spoken, even though we're a couple of rows apart at the Phillies preseason game last year.
I know.
It's
Tony,
hard to believe this. How is this happening?
I don't know. And I've been a fan of yours for a long, long time, and we were right there with each other, and yet we didn't even get to hang out. It's not right. The universe is punishing us.
Bar there and have a couple of
I
cheap
know.
drinks.
Frenchie's was called.
Frenchie's was waiting for both you and I to meet and greet and hug.
I know.
And slap
This
backs
spring
and kiss
training,
babies.
We are making it happen at this spring training.
You mean next year? It's July. The season's not even over yet.
Right. I'm such a sports guy.
Well, Rich, there's so much news breaking today. It's unbelievable. CNN.
I have not been paying attention.
Yeah, right. CNN broke away from the Tulsi Gabbard live event after one of their own reporters, the lipless one, what's her name? Collins. What's the chick?
He's the one who looks like a man, Caitlin Collins.
Yeah. Caitlin Collins asks a stupid question, and then they cut away after she gets excoriated by not only Tulsi Gabbard, but by the press secretary as well.
They cut away from their own reporter? Oh, man, that's low. That is low.
Oh, did I get cut off?
No, I'm here. I'm right here.
Oh, we got to go. Rich Cioli, Rich,
go.
love you, brother. You're the king, man, and I'm just happy to be in your throne and in the Army. He's coming up next live here on 1210 WPHT. We'll see you back here tomorrow. It's filling in for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WP.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax relief